Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you a quick overview of an app. The name of that app is Pack Your Bag. This app is available in the Play Store and the link for that app is in the description. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a quick overview of that app, how the functionality it contains, and after that I'm going to show you how to develop this step by step. And we have used a local database into this one. So let's start with that. So first thing, I'm going to launch the application. So here we have this Pack Your Bag. So if I click on this, it will open with a splash screen. So for the splash screen, I have given the timer for 1.5 seconds. So you can change it. I will tell you how to design that splash screen also. So let me just close this and open this once again. And this is the splash screen. And once you can also observe that when I click on back, it asks for tap back button in order to exit. So if I click on single and quickly click on the double back, then it will exit my application. Okay, so first thing what we found when we log in is different categories available over here. So these are the basic needs: clothing and personal care and baby needs. You must be worried that what this Pack Your Bag is. Pack Your Bag basically means whenever you are going to travel somewhere out to the other cities or somewhere to your work location or something like that, then you must have observed that sometime you left something behind, like sometime you missed your toothbrush or sometime you missed your shorts or something like that. So this app will basically help you organize and just pack everything which are essential and which are required in your journey or at your destination. So we have designed these categories, different categories, that is basic needs, clothing and personal care, baby needs, health, technology, food and beach supplies, car supplies, needs, and this is a my list and the my selections. So I will explain these my list and my selection later. So let's start with this first one, that is the basic need. So I'm going to also design these all stuff and I'm going to provide you all the images and the resources which I'm using. So let me just click on this one first, and here you can see this first time this passport is selected. I have just selected this one when I used this app previously. So we have the option to select, and whenever I uncheck it, here you can see this. If I click on this visa, it shows visa packed. If I again click on this visa unpacked. Here we have the variety of items into this one. We have house keys, we can select the driving license, we can select the tickets, we can select the wallets, like this. Even we have one option to delete it as well, and we have an option to add new item. So if I click on this and I'm going to add one item in the basic need, it may be a backpack, mini pack, something like this, mini pack. And if I click on this one, and here you can see this item added. And you must have observed that whenever I add an item, this recycler view will scroll to the bottom and the last item which you have added will be visible over here. So if I click on back, and let me just minimize it, let me just scroll to the up, and I'm going to randomly add ABC. And if I click on this, and here you can see this, now ABC is visible, it's all the way scrolled down. Next thing what we have is we have one option to delete it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this ABC, and it will show a pop-up like this: delete ABC, and are you sure? If I cancel, nothing will happen. If I delete this, yeah, that one is deleted. Let me just select multiple items from different categories. Like I'm going to do clothing, stockings, pajamas, t-shirts and casual dress I have selected, right? If I go back to this one, this is a personal care, and in this one we have different stuff like toothbrush, toothpaste, floss, mouthwash, saving creams. I have selected these stuff, and suppose I have selected multiple items from different stuffs, like I've selected the baby pajamas, baby hat, like this. Technologies, in technology we have camera charger and many more, right? So if I want to final check that what items I have selected, so just click on this and click on this one, and here we have the multiple menus, right? So this is my selection. So if I click on this one, you will find that from all the different categories, whatever you have selected, it will be visible over here. But here we don't have the option to delete, and here we don't have option to actually add new items into this one. If you want to remove or uncheck any item, so simply you can do like this, just click on that and that item will be removed. If I click again on this, that item is removed. Okay, so if I move back, and here we can see now the tickets is removed over here. So if I select this once again, and if I go into this my selection here, you can see this, we have selected a lot of items, right? So if I click on this, now tickets is invisible or removed from the selected stuff, right? So next thing what we have, there are multiple options to this one. So create custom list. So suppose if you don't want to select items from these stuff, you have your own list which you want to make. So what you have to do is just go over here into my list, and here the list is completely empty. If you want to add your own custom item, so I'm going to add ABC and click on this one, PCD like this one. I can add XYZ, anything I can add into this one. If when I select this and this, then again this will also be visible in my list, right? So if I go into this my list, and if I go to the my selections, so you must observe that BCD and XYZ is also visible over here. Next thing what we have is, if I move back to the top, and you must observe that we have the another options like here, this one is a create custom list we have already seen. We have another option to reset to default. So if I click on this, it will show a pop-up like this, are you sure? As this will load the default data provided by Pack Your Bag. It means that the default data initially when you install this app, all your custom data which you have added will be deleted. Delete the custom data you have added in clothing. So if I'm going to cancel, nothing will delete. Here you can see this. If I go back over here into the basic needs, you must observe that you have added this mini pack, right? So if I click on this, and if I click on reset to default, then all the items which you have checked will be marked as unchecked, and all the items which you have added will be deleted. So if I click on this, reset to default, and if I confirm, and here you can see this basic need reset successful, and here you can see this, that mini pack has been removed. So it will not reset another categories, it will only reset this basic need. If I go into this one, here you can see this, now this one is checked, right? Another option is, if I can see, this is delete default data. So what it will do is, suppose in the basic need we have these default data, right? So I'm going to add one data that is not default, and click on this one, and here this one is added, right? So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to just click on this one, that is delete default data. So except this not a default, every data which is defaultly provided by app will be deleted. So if I click on this one, and if I click confirm, so here you can see this, every data is deleted but not the data which I have added, right? If I click on this one, not default is packed. So if I go to this my selections, here you can observe that not default is here, but another stuff like tickets and everything has been removed, right? So if you delete it, not default, then this one is totally empty. And if I go to the my selections, and you can see this not default is also removed from here. So next thing, if you want the data, default data to be get back, so you can again click on this reset to default and click on OK, and here we have this default data, that is notebook and other stuff, right? Next thing which we have is, that is about us. If I click on this one, so we have this multiple options, like if you this is about us, this is a custom for everyone. So I have actually set this stuff. Whenever I click on this YouTube, it will open my YouTube page. Whenever I click on Instagram, it will open my Instagram page. Whenever I click on Twitter, it will open a Twitter account. And we have the email ID. If you want to purchase this software or any other application as per your requirement, you can contact me over here, or you can directly contact me on Instagram. The link is already in the description. So, and here we have done some branding. So I'm going to show you how to do this. And again, we have this back button over here. Okay, so another more stuff is, I'm going to explain all of these stuff, and also I'm going to add icons into this one so that these look pretty. And here we have one more button, that is exit. So we have multiple options to exit. One way is, if I double click on this, this will exit, and another way is if I click on this and simply click on exit, this will exit my application. Okay, So if I click on this and start once again, and here we have this my list in which I have added the random data, and in this my selections we have this. From the my selection, you must observe that another buttons are hidden. Reset to default and other stuff is hidden from here, right? Here we have only 3 options, that is create custom list, about us, and exit. But if I move back into this one, that is my custom, here we have option reset to delete, delete default data, and about us. So if I click on this reset to default, it means that by default no data is available over here, right? So if I click on this, all the data will be gone. And here you can see this, my list reset successful. So all of these stuff we have designed. So from the next video onwards, I'm going to show you how to design this complete stuff and how this regular view works, and how I have set this grid view with images, and how when I click on this and these are visible, and how whenever I click on this the color is changing and everything, the pop-up messages and everything end to end. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I've already shown you the quick overview of Pack Your Bag. So if you haven't seen that video, then just go to description, there you will find the link for my previous video. Or you can do one thing, you can just download that app from the Play Store and you can experience that app. From this video onwards, we are going to start the development of Pack Your Bag. So I'm going to create a new project. So click on this new project and here you will find multiple activities. Then I'm going to select this empty activity. Just click on this, click on next, and here I'm going to give this a name. So I'm going to name this one Pack Your Bag Video. Okay, and this package name will be unique. It will be automatically generated, and you can change as per your choice. So this is the minimum SDK which I have set. It means that the phone which contains at least Android 8 version, those phone can download and experience this app. If you want to reduce this application, like suppose I want to install this application on 4.1, so then you can select like this, but there is some disadvantage too. Like some of the feature which is available in the new Android version, you can't able to do it. That's this position. Okay, so I'm going to select this 8.1 and just click on finish. This will create a new project and it may take some time depending on your internet connection. Make sure your system is connected with the internet, because here you can see this Gradle build is running and some of the jar it needs to download from the internet. So internet connectivity is must. So wait for some time. Here you can see this, it's downloading some jar. It may be of 50 or 60 MBs. So we can proceed further once it finishes download. Now finally my download is finished, and here you will see the structure like this. One, you have this main activities because we have selected the empty activity. So we have one activity over here. This is the Java class for the same. And here we have one activity underscore main class in which you get this hello world. So let me just minimize this. Let me just open this resource file, and in the layout you will find this activity underscore main. In this one we have this main activity. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some changes in the values. Click on this and I'm going to change some colors according to my needs. So here you can see that these are different color, but as I have shown you in my app, the colors are different. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy these colors, resources, and moving back to my application. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just replace it and save it. You can manually type because I have only changed these two colors. If you observe this, here you can see this, I have changed only these two colors. So you can manually type it by pausing this video. Next thing what we have to do is we have to change into this one. Just go to the theme section, and here you can see this dark action bar. So I just want to change some colors over here. So you can observe that whenever I change the color code over there, so it's automatically changed to this one, this color primary, this one over here, this white, like this. But still, just to make it same, I'm going to just copy this one and just paste it over here and save it. Okay, So what happened is, what I have changed over here is, in previously you can observe this app can run in both day and night mode. So I have just changed this one to run only in the light mode, because for the dark mode you have to put some different color which actually fits your application. So I don't need to run it in the dark mode. So the same thing I'm going to do it over here, just going to remove it, replace it, the same thing. You can do same, you have to just change this stuff that is light to dark action bar. Okay, next thing what we have to do is, we are going to design the layout. So let me just start my application once and show you how this looks, this hello world actually. So I have started the application, my emulator is running, and here it's on. It may take some time. Okay, so okay. So we made some mistake while copying and pasting it. This is not pack your bag, this is pack your bag video. Okay, let me just copy it and paste it once again over here and save it, and let's start this once again. Here we go. It's running. Now it's installing. Here you can see this. And you can see this now, the color for this one and this one is changed, and it's showing the hello world now. So we are going to design a card view like that. Let me just show you quickly. My pack your bag application is over here, and here you can see this. First we are going to design this stuff in this video. Okay. So first we will design this stuff. We will put the recycler view and all in this text view over here, and all the card view, and we will add everything one by one. So let me just close this and let's start it. So first thing, we have to move into this activity main, and here just go to the split section, and let me just reduce it a bit like this. Okay, so first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to just remove this constraint layout and change this to relative layout, and I'm going to change the orientation to vertical. Next thing, we are going to put a text view over here. Let me just remove this hello world. So I'm going to put a text view into this one, and the width will be match parent and the height will be 80 dp. Let me just close this. And before we code anything further, first thing what I have to do is I have to add some drawable files into this one. So let me open that folder quickly. Copy these all drawable files. I'm going to provide this all drawable file link in the description of this video. Not to worry about that. Let me just minimize it and move back over here and just paste it. Just select this one and click on OK and OK, and this will override. Okay, no issues. So now all the drawable files are added into this one, whatever we are going to use. Okay, and the vector assets, whatever we need, we will create it later. So after this, after setting the height and width, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just set the background for this one. So background will be drawable and it will be wave 2. Drawable / wave 2, this one, and here we go. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the ID for this one. So ID will be title underscore view. After this, we have to set the height. We already set the height actually. The next thing, we have to set the text alignment to center. Next thing, I'm going to set this text, that is my text is pack your bag. And here you can see this, now this text your bag is, pack your bag is very small and it's in the top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just align into the horizontal center. So center horizontal, and just change this one to true. And text alignment to center, and this one text style will be bold. After this, text color, it will be white, so hash FF, this is 6 times. And finally we are going to set the text size. it will be 35 SP, and there we go. Now our header is ready. So you must be worried that we have added the text field, text, right? So why I'm setting the ID for this one? Because it's a relative layout, and whatever we want to put below this, we need a ID, right? So that's why I've set the ID for this one. Below this, we are going to add a recycler view, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add a recycler view, and for the height and width, it will be match parent and match parent, and I'm going to give it an ID. So recycler underscore view, and after this I'm going to set this below. You must see it that this recycler view, the item is showing over this text view. So what I want is this recycler view needs to be start below this text view. So how do we do that? So we are going to type below, and we will pass the ID like title underscore view, and here you can see this. Now this is below this view, right? Next thing what we have to do is we are going to create one item. This is a recycler view. In recycler view, there are different items. If you observe over here, is this recycler view, and here each card is an item, right? So I'm going to design one card, and we are going to render it for each value. Okay, so let's start with that. So let me just go over here. It's in the layout, and here we will right click on this, click on new, and we will create a new layout resource file, and I'm going to name this one main underscore item. Click on OK, and this will create a new item. Go to split, and here first what we are going to do is we are going to remove this constraint layout. I'm going to put this linear layout inside this one, and this will be width will be match parent and height will be wrap content, and the orientation will be vertical, and I'm going to put some padding of 10 dp. Okay, after this we are going to add another linear layout in which we are going to put an image view and a text view. So I'm going to create one linear layout, and for this one the width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. After this I'm going to set an ID for this one, and the ID will be linear layout. Let me just close this so that, okay, like this. And we haven't set this orientation for this one, that's why it's showing in issues. Not to worry about that. So I'm going to set this orientation to vertical, and here you can see this. Now the issue is gone. After this I'm going to set the gravity to center. After this I'm going to set the background for this one, that will be hash E3ACAC, the red color as I have shown you. After this I'm going to set the padding, so padding will be of 10 dp. After this I'm going to set the layout gravity to center vertical and center horizontal. I need to set the whatever the inside this linear layout into this complete center from this vertical side and from the horizontal side, both the sides. Okay, so now I'm going to put the image view into this one. Image view. Okay, and the image view height and width will be wrap content and wrap content. I'm going to set the ID for this one, so ID will be img, and the padding is of 10 dp, and I'm going to set a drawable file just to see how it actually looks. So I'm going to set a drawable / shopping bag, this one, and here you can see this how this one is looking, right? Next thing what we are going to do is we are going to add one text view in below this one to actually represent the title. So I'm going to add this text view, and the height and width will be wrap content and wrap content, and ID will be title. And after this I'm going to give a text just to see it. So I'm going to just name this one basic needs. After this the text size will be 20 sp. After this, the text color will be black. After this, I'm going to set the text size or style, text style to bold. And I'm going to set the text alignment to center. Like this. Let me just close it. Now our card is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one constant class. Let me just tell you why I'm going to create that. So let me just create a package over here and I'm going to name this one constants. And inside this one, I'm going to create one new class and I'm going to name this one constants, my constants. And inside this one, I'm going to create some constants. So let me just move back over here and let me just copy these constants. I'm going to provide a link where you can find all of these constants, not to worry about that. So let me just paste it. And here you can see this, my selections, these, whatever you can find over here, like basic need, you will find it into this one, basic need. You will find clothing over here. You will find personal care. Whatever the constant we are required repeatedly, I have declared all of those constant over here throughout my project. You can pause the video and you can write it manually, like my selections. It will be my selections. True string, true, false string, false. These are not Boolean. These are string, right? And this is system. This is basic needs, camel, and everything is written over here. You can manually type it also. So next thing what we are going to do is we are going to create an adapter that will be for the recycler view. In the recycler view, for attaching every single view, we need an adapter, right? So let me just click on this one and just click on this, and I'm going to create a package for the name adapter. Inside this one, I'm going to just create a new class with the name adapter. Okay. Inside this one, first thing what I have to do is I have to create a new class. So public class my view holder, and this will extend recycler view dot view holder. After this, when you hover into this one, this will tell you to create a constructor matching super. Next thing, whatever the variables, whatever the content which we want to access from the recycler view, that the card, specific card, we need to mention it over here. So we need to actually extract three values, right? If I go into this one main item, we have three values. One is this card. Whenever I click on this card, we need to move from this to another activity, right? This card actually. So this have one ID that is linear layout. Another thing, to set the image, I need this image view ID that is img. To set the title, I need this ID that is title. So this is a text view, this is an image view, and this is a linear layout. So we need all of these three. So move back to adapter, and here I'm going to declare all of these three, right? So here I'm going to create one text view first, and this is title. Another is image view, that is img. Another is linear layout. So this is linear layout like this. Next thing, we have declared the variable. We have to connect these variable with this menu items, right? So how to connect that? So move back over here. Below this, title is equal to item view dot find view by ID r dot ID dot. You can't able to find it because you haven't imported this r. So just press Alt and Enter key and you will find this and import the first one. Here you can see this R is imported. You can import manually too. R.id, and this is title, right? So just type title, you will find like this. img is equal to item view dot find view by ID r.id dot title. Not title, this time it's image, right? So next thing, we have linear layout. So linear layout is equal to item view dot find view by ID r.id dot linear layout, like this one. So now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move over here on the top. This will extend recycler view dot adapter. Inside this one we have to pass our my view holder. So this will not directly be accessible. So what we have to do is adapter.myViewHolder like this one. Still it shows issues because we have to implement some of the methods. So here you can see this, these are methods for the adapter. So implement method, select all these three and click on OK, and this will by default add all of these stuff. Before we do anything to this one, we have to declare some variables over here. So what are these variables? This is first is list of string, and this is titles. So here what you have to do is alt and enter import class like this one. Next thing, we have list of integers, and this is for images. Next thing, we have layout inflator, and it's inflator. Next thing, we have activity and activity. These all which are required in this adapter class. Okay, so after this I'm going to press alt and insert in order to generate the constructor, and this constructor we have to select some of the stuff, right? So what are those? Those are titles, and after that I'm going to select the images and the activity and click on OK. This will generate a constructor like this. One more thing here, what we have to do is we have to create one more argument, that is context, and from this context we are going to get the inflator. So this dot inflator is equal to layout inflator dot from, and we have to pass the context into this one. So now we have this layout inflator. After this, what we have to do is we have to move below over here, and you can see this get items count. So for this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select this titles, and I'm going to pass this titles dot size, and now this much time we have to render this adapter. After this, we move back into this on create view holder, and here just remove this null part, and here what we will do is we'll create an object of view and is equal to inflator dot inflate r dot id dot r dot layout, which we have created, that is main item, and we have to set this into this every card view, right? Next thing, we have to pass parent into this one, and whatever we got from this on create view holder. Next thing, we have to pass the false, attached to parent, attached to root to false. After this, now we have created the view with my custom resource layout in this one main item. Finally, what we have to do is we have to return this view. Okay, so now the task for this one is done. Now we have attached the view. Now in that view, what we have to do is, we have to return new my view holder. Inside this one, we have to pass this view. Next thing, now we have attached our view into this one, and now we have to set the data, whatever the context, like I want to set the image, I want to set the title into that, and whatever happen when we click on that card, we have to set it, right? So for that, what we have to do is we have to come into this one on by view holder. Inside this one, we have to type holder dot, we have to set the title, so title dot set text, and we will get the text from where? From this titles list dot get, and we will get the position from here. Next thing, we have to set this image, so set image resource. Inside this one, we have to get this image from images dot get position. Next thing, we have to move into this one, and we have to set this linear layout, and I'm going to set the alpha, that is the transparency of that one, so alpha to 0.8f. Next thing, whenever we click on that linear layout, we move from one activity to another, right? For that, I'm going to create a click listener for that. So holder dot linear layout dot set on click listener new view on click listener like this one, and whenever I click, I want to show a toast message for now. But in further videos, what we will do is we will implement whenever a user click on one card or one item, then we will move to the next activity, right? So inside this one, I'm going to just type like this, clicked on card. Okay, after this, now the task over here is done. Next thing, we don't need to do anything inside this one. Next thing, we have to move into this main activity, and here we will do the remaining stuff. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the recycler view which we have added into this main activity. If you move back over here, inside this one you can find this recycler view. So let me just move back over here. So recycler view, I'm going to name this one recycler view like this. Next thing, we have to create one variable, that is list of string for titles. Let me just press Alt and Enter and import class. Next thing, list of integer. Images. After this, we create a adapter object. Adapter like this one. Next thing what we have to do is, first thing, if I move into this one, if I run this application, you will find that, let me just close this, and here we go, pack your bag, not this one, this one. Here you can see this, we have this toolbar, right? I don't need this toolbar. So how to hide this? Let me just move back into this one, and here what we will do is we will type get support action bar dot hide, and this will hide our action bar. Let me just run this once again, and let's see if that one is hidden or not. So here you can see this, now that action bar is gone, and now we have this message on the proper place, right? So let me just stop this and let's code further. So next thing what we have to do is we have to create some methods over here to actually get all the titles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a method private void add all titles, and here we will create titles is equal to new array list like this one. And inside this title we are going to add some of the stuff, right? So titles dot add, and I'm going to add my constants dot and basic needs camel case, right? This one. So this is why I have created this constant, so that I can directly use it. The same thing, I don't need to type it again and again. Okay. So I have used this in the same way. Let me just copy this and paste it multiple times. Just paste it 12 times. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. So next thing what we have to do is we have to just simply change this stuff. So this is clothing. So in whatever order you want to keep it, you can keep it. You have to just add it according to that. Change this one to clothing, camel case. After this one to personal care. This one to baby needs. After this one to health care. After this, technology. After technology, we are going to add this food. I'm going to add in the same order as shown in the video. You can change the order as per your choice. Okay. After this, we are going to change this one to beach supplies camel case. And after this, I'm going to change this to car supplies. This one to needs. This one to my list camel case. And finally the last one to my selection camel case. Okay. After this, let me just delete this extra spaces, and I will create one more method which will actually add all the images which are required, right? So I'm going to name this one, this will the private void and add all images like this, and I'm going to add all the images into that one. So images is equal to new array list like this one. After this, images dot add r dot drawable dot p1. So I've added the image sequentially. So whenever I type the image name over here, you can see this, now the image is visible over here, right? This one, the p1. If I move back over here and if I open my pack your bag, and you can see this is the image which is visible over here in the small size, right? So I have to set the basic need. For the basic need, I have to set this image. So I have added the basic need into this at the first place. So I have to add this images at the first place. In the same order, you have to add it over here. So let me just copy and paste it 12 times. So let me just copy this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this will be P2, this will be 3, this will be 4, this will be 5, this will be 6, this will be 7, this will be 8, this will be 9, this will be 10, it's 11, and finally the last one is 12. Okay, so if I save it, here you can see this. Now for the every stuff, now the images are changed. Right, here you can see this. Now you can see all the small icons over here. Now what we have to do is we have to move to the top over here. After this, what I have to do is I have to call this method, that is add all titles. So this will add all the titles into this variable. After this, I have to call add all images. This will add all the images into this one. So now we have all the titles and all the images. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one adapter over here. So we already have one adapter variable. So adapter is equal to new adapter. Inside this adapter, we have created a argument constructor. So if I go into this one here, you can see this, it needs context. This needs titles, images, and activity. So we move back over here, we will pass all the required stuff, right? So context is, this is the context, and we have to pass the titles, we have to pass the images, and after this we have to pass the activity. So main activity dot this, right? So all the stuff are passed around. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a grid layout manager. So grid layout manager is equal to new grid layout manager. Inside this one we have to pass the context and we have to pass the count for the column spam count and creating 2, right? So after this we have to pass the grid layout manager, and I'm going to pass this one to vertical. After this we have to pass the false. This is reverse layout. Okay, after this, now this grid layout object is ready. So next thing what we have to do is we have to set this one to the recycler view. So set layout manager. Inside this one we have to pass grid layout manager like this one. And finally what we have to do is we have to call this recycler view dot set adapter. Inside this one we have to set the adapter. So we will pass the adapter into this one, and now the task is done. Next thing, we will start the application and let's check if this works as shown in or not. So here you can see this. Okay, so our application crashes. So let's see what happened. So we got this exception because we haven't registered the recycler view over here. You can see this, attempting to invoke virtual method. This is recycler view set layout on a null object, right? So here you can see this recycler view, we haven't find it by ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just type like this, find view by ID, r.id.recycler view, and now let's start our application. So move back over here. So let's restart this application. And here you can see this. Now our application is started, but we actually missed some of the stuff, right? So we have missed the color, the back color, right? So we have to set that, the background image for this main stuff, right? Activity main. If I go into this one and if I go into this one, we have to set the background, right? So we missed that. Let me just add that background. So the background is @drawable /background 3, and here you can see this. Now the background is set. Let me start the application and move back over here. So here we go. Now it exactly seems the same. So if I click on this, we have set some toast message over there. So click on this and here you can see this clicked on card. If I click on this, here you can see this again, this clicked on card. So now what we can do is we can see when I click on back, it directly exit my application, right? So if I restart my application, if I click on back, it directly exit the application. So what we have to implement is whenever user click the first time, it should ask that, are you sure you want to exit? click back again to exit, right? So for that, let me just move back over here, make some space over here, and I'm going to declare some variables. So private static final, and what we're going to do is I'm going to declare it int, not like this, int over here, and I'm going to name this one time underscore interval, and this will be 2000 milliseconds. After this, private long and m back pressed. Okay, after this I'm going to override one method, that is I have pressed alt and insert, and this pop-up will be on your screen after this override, and we have to search for on back pressed, this one. Just click on this and click on OK. This will show a method like this. They will overriding this method. So what we have to do is just remove this super on back press. Let me just cut this one. If m back pressed plus time interval is greater than system dot current time milliseconds, then what we have to do is we have to call this super dot on back pressed and then return. If this is not the situation, then what we have to do is we have to ask for user to ask it tap back button in order to exit, like this. And inside this one we will set am back pressed is equal to system dot current milliseconds. At the first time whenever user will click, this is nothing, so it will not satisfy this condition. It will go into this else and it will set the current time millisecond, and after the second situation it will cross that duration, right? So it will enter into this one and it will exit. So let me just start this and let me show you quickly. Okay, so our application is restarted, and if I click on this one, and here you can see this tap back button in order to exit. So I double clicked on back button and it's exited, right? So this is how this will work. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I will show you how to create a database for our application, and we will perform all the database related operation in the next video. So just stay tuned, hit like, subscribe and share with your friends. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design this main activity where we can see all the cards, and I have shown you how to design this and how to set the images. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video. In this video, we are going to generate the data which are required whenever we click on this health, then the data which is required, we need to add that data into our application, right? So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement a DB into my application, which is going to keep all the data, right? And we are going to perform all the operation on that. So for that, to add a new DB, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back to this browser, and here you have to search for this room dependency Android Studio. Whenever you click on this one, you will find this first stuff, that is room-Android developers. Click on this and this will open a link like this, and here we are actually required this dependency. So what I'm going to do is just copy this stuff and move back into this one, and let me just close this and just move back into this one, Gradle, go to this build.gradle, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to make some space over here and just paste it inside in the place of this room version. If we move back over here, you can find the version over here. So just copy this one. If you are watching this video after a while, then you may find that the version is different. So not to worry about that, you can just copy or use that version. So I'm going to just replace it and just replace it and just save it. Here you will find the option to sync now. Just click on this and it will download the jar required for this room_runtime. It may take some time depending on your internet connection. Okay, while it's actually syncing, let me just quickly create some of the folders. So first I'm going to create one package, and this package will be models. Click on enter. Next thing, I'm going to create a new package, and I'm going to name this one database. I'm going to create a new package over here, and I'm going to name this one data, and one more package, and I'm going to name this one down. Okay, so now our syncing is finished and our folder structure is also ready. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a model class. How actually that question or how actually that item will look. So right click on this, click on new and create a Java class, and I'm going to name this one items and hit enter. It will create a class like this, and I'm going to implement the serializable over this one. Why I implement serializable? Because whenever we require to encode the data and transfer it over the network, then we need this serializable. Okay, so you need to, if you want to study it in depth, you can just explore by pressing the Ctrl-Alt key. So here we have to download the jar for this one. So I'm not going into depth for this. You can refer the online stuff. Okay. And if you still find the difficulty in understanding this, then please comment. I will make a separate video for the same. Okay. So in this one, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to add an annotation over here. So this will be entity. And entity, I'm going to give it a name. That will be the table name actually. And I'm going to name this one items. Okay. So what basically this entity means that it's referring to a table. Okay. After this, I'm going to create some of the columns. Just imagine it as a table. This is the table name. Okay. After this, I'm going to give it a PK. So what I'm going to do is int ID, and it will be 0. And it will be auto incremented. So @ primary key, and it's auto generated, and just mark this one true. So it means that whenever we insert a new data, it will be auto incremented. If the value is 0, then it will be 1 whenever we insert the first record. If 1 already exists, then it will be 2 whenever we insert the second value. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one more variable, that is for item name. So string item name, and for this one I'm going to give it a column info, and I'm going to give it a name. Name is equal to item name. Okay, make sure you keep everything in small case. Okay, otherwise it's may cause issues. Okay, item name. Next thing, we need one category, @ column info, and I'm going to give this name category. After this, I need a variable string added by. It means that whatever the data corresponding to, like basic need is a category, right? So in the basic need, if I'm adding something else, then some data are added by system, that is me, that is application, right? And some data which user enters is a custom data which is manually entered by user. So that's how we actually bifurcate the admin, the system data, and the user data, right? So in that, for that scenario, I have added a column that is added by. Okay, going further, I will explain in detail, not to worry about that. So added by @ column info, and the next is checked. It means that you have clicked on checked or not, like this, and this will be a boolean. By default it will be false. Okay, after this what I have to do is I have to generate a constructor that will be empty constructor. So I have pressed Alt and insert key, click on constructor and select none. It will generate a constructor over here. Next thing, we have to create a multiple argument constructor. So Alt insert and create a constructor and select this item name, category, and this one, everything. Just click on OK and this will create, right? So in this one, I'm not going to pass this one added by. Okay, so one is this one in which we are going to pass this item name, category added by and checked. In one, what we are going to do is we are going to add only these three and click on OK. And inside this one, we are going to add this dot added by is equal to, and this is system. It means that whatever the data we are adding, our application is adding, will be by default added by system, right? Next thing, we have to generate the getter and setters for this. So click on this and generate the getter and setter for all. So what I did is I pressed Alt and Insert and select this getter and setter and select all and click on OK. This will generate a getter and setters. That's it. So task for model is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move to this database and we will prepare a database, right? So right click on this, click on new and select a Java class. So click on this and this, I'm going to just name this one RoomDB because we are implementing a RoomDB. So click on this and this will be an abstract class. So public abstract class RoomDB, which will extend room database like this one. And here what we are going to do is I'm going to put a database annotation, and inside this one I'm going to pass the entities. It means that how many tables our database contains. So my database contains only one table, so items.class, and I'm going to give it a version to 1 and export schema to false like this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create some of the variables over here, that is private static room db, and this will be a database, and private static string, and I'm going to give it a database underscore name, and it will be something like mydb. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to write public, and it will be a synchronized method so that there is no data inconsistency problem. Static room db and get instance, and inside this one we have to pass the context, and inside this one what we have to check is if database is equal to null, then what we will do, we will create a new instance, right? If it's new, if it's not null, then what we will do, we will simply return a database, right? Database object. So now we are going to create the database instance, right? So how to do that? For that, database is equal to room.database builder. Inside this one we will pass context.get application context, comma roomdb.class, and we have to pass the database name. So database name dot allow okay, so we got some issue over here. Let me just check it. So get application context. So we did one small mistake. We have to just remove this curly braces over here, and here what we will do type is allow main thread queries dot fallback destructive migration dot build. That's it. Okay, so now the task over here is done. One more stuff what we have to do is we have to just move into this one. So public abstract, and we have to return one item DAO. So we haven't created one DAO, so let me just create quickly. It will be a interface, and I'm going to name this one item DAO. Okay, so just move back over here and return I'm going to name this one main DAO, something like this. Let me just change this one to items, because item is already over there. So I'm going to just change this one to items DAO, just refactor, and here we go, it's items DAO, right? So I have changed the name of this one from item DAO to items DAO. Next thing, we have to move over here into the data package. Just click on this, select new, and select Java class. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a class with the name app data, which is going to basically contains all the data whatever required for my application. Okay, the raw data. Before adding the data into the database, the data will be kept over here. And as we have seen in the quick overview, after deleting again, I'm retrieving the data, right? So that data will be retrieved from this class, that is app data. And this class I'm going to extend it from application so that it would be helpful in the later scenarios. Okay, after this, I'm going to just create an instance of this room DB. So I'm going to name this one database. After this, I'm going to create one variable for the string that will be category. Next thing, I'm going to create a public static final string last version is equal to, it will be last underscore version. After this, I'm going to create one more variable, that is public static final end new underscore version is equal to 3. Like this. I'm going to explain this last version and new version concept in a while, why I'm using this. Okay, by moving further, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some of the constructor which are required throughout the development. So click on this, and I'm going to select this database and click on OK. And whenever we are going to save the data into this, we are going to need the database instance. So we are going to pass it from where we are going to use this app data, right? So whenever we create an object of this app data, we have to pass this room DB instance, and we are going to perform the operation on this database. Okay. Next thing, we have to create one more variable, and we need one more constant over here, that will be context. Context like this, and I'm going to create another constructor over here. So alt insert, create constructor, and it will be context and database, and click on OK, and this will create a constructor like this. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to create one variable. Variable is done. We have to create one method. Okay, so public, and it will return a list of items. There are two ways you can store the data. So I'm going to show all of those stuff one by one. So first is this one. This method is going to return all the basic details. So basic data. Okay, and I'm going to explain why I have took one variable for the category. So category is equal to its basic detail, right? So basic needs like this one. If I open my app quickly, this one, here you can observe that if I go to the basic need, we have this data, right? And here you can observe the header is basic need. This is the category, basically. This is the data, and this is the checked or not checked, that is the Boolean value, right? And this is the delete button. So in the basic needs, we have added visa, passport, tickets, wallets, driving license, etc., etc. So we're going to add these all one by one. So category, we have declared a variable over here. So first thing, I'm going to create one list of string, sorry, not list of a string, list of items. And I'm going to give it a name, basic item is equal to new array list, like this. Next thing, in the basic item, I'm going to add, and I'm going to add a new items. And inside this one, first we have to pass the whatever the data you want to add. So visa. Next thing, in the constructor we have created to pass three stuff. One is the name, another is the category, and another is the value, that is false, like this one. So you can see this item name by default is showing visa. In the category, whatever the category we have passed, and the check. If I go to the items, we have the constructor for 3 arguments, right? And inside this one, added by is by default system. It means that it is added by the system, right? So let me just move back over here. In the same way, we can add multiples. Like, let me just copy this and just paste it over here and just change the name over here, and it will be passport, right? And finally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just return basic item like this. You must be worried that how this is going to insert into the database. So don't worry about that. Just have some patience. This is the one way to actually add the data into this database, right? Not to the database, basically to this basic items. Another way is little bit easier. In that, what we are going to do is, here you can see this, you have to just copy paste it again. Changing it is a bit tough task, right? And we have to also manage a category variables. So next thing, how we can do is, we can do like this: public list of items, and I'm going to give it a name. So get personal care data, and inside this one we can store the data like this: string, and I'm going to create a array data is equal to like this one, and just like this. Over here, what we can do is we can add like this: toothbrush, comma, toothpaste, another is floss. After this, we have mouthwash. We can add stuff like this. After this data is created, you must be worried that how we are going to return a list of items, because we have a list of array. We have array, right? String array, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one method which will process this data into this form, and it will return it, right? So how we are going to do that? So public, and it's going to return a list of items, and it will prepare items list. I'm going to name this one, and string category, and it will accept string array, that is data, like this. After this, what it will do is we just convert this into list of a string, that is list is equal to, and we will use arrays dot as list, and we'll pass the data into this one. So list string array will be converted into list of a string with the help of this arrays as list method. After this, what we will do is we will create list of items object, and I'm going to name this one data list is equal to new array list. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to add stuff like this: for int I is equal to 0, and I should be less than list dot size and I plus plus. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to do like this: data list dot add and new items. Inside this one, we have to pass list dot get I and category, and by default selection is false. Suppose in the list we have 10 of values, so it will run 10 times, and then it will create a new items with whatever the category you will provide, and by default this is unchecked. In this way, it will generate the data, the list of items. So like this, you don't need to paste this multiple times. A loop will run and it will do it for you. Next thing, after this, we will simply return this data list like this, and now our data is prepared. But one small issue is still remaining. Suppose to call the same stuff and the data list contains some data. In that case, for the safer side, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just data list dot clear, we will call it. Okay. So now I'm going to use this. So how we are going to use this? Just move back over here, return prepare item list. Inside this one, we have to pass the data and whatever the category we actually need. So you must have seen that in my constant we have already created the constant for this. So clothing camel case, you can use it. You can also use this one. So move back over here. Let me just close this. Data is a secondary. inside this one I'm going to use my constants dot, and inside this one we can use personal care, right? So personal care like this one, and this will generate the data for this. So it seems simple, right? Because it's easy to type in the place of copy and paste. So this is how we can done this. So let me just copy and paste all of the data, whatever I required. So I'm not going to provide this data to you. You have to manually add these data. Okay. So let me just copy this basic details. Just move back over here and just copy and paste it. And here you can see this in the basic details. We have added this basic needs, and this is basic items like this, visa, this one. Next thing, we have personal cares and other data is over here. So let me just copy these and let me just paste it over here. Okay. So I have just pasted the raw data. So this data I have pasted, copied and pasted, right? So personal care data, we have add clothing data, we have baby needs, and I'm calling the same method which I have created right now in the front of you. So don't get confused with this. Okay. Here you can see this get technology data, get food data. We have just changed the keys, the category. Okay. So you can see this. Now everything is same. Above this, everything is same, and we have pasted this stuff. You can pause and type it manually, or you can add your custom data, whatever is required, prepare data. Next thing after this, what we have to do is we have to generate. Now these all method is going to return the data filled in the form of list of items. So again, this list of item needs to be persisted into the database, right? For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another method, public, and this will return a list of items, and I'm going to name this one get all data like this. I'm going to create a list of items, and this will be list of all items is equal to new array list like this one. And set this one, first I'm going to just clear it, and after that list of items dot add, and I'm going to call get basic data, and this will return all the data and add all the data from the basic data into this list. Okay, after this I'm going to add list of all items dot add get clothing data like this, list of all items dot add get personal care data, list of all items dot add get baby needs data. After this list of all items dot add, and I'm going to add get health data, list of all items dot add get technology data. After this I'm going to add list of all items dot get food data, list of all items dot add get beach supplies data, list of all items dot add get car supplies data, list of all items dot add get needs data, and finally I'm going to return this list of all items, and our method is ready. Let's quickly have a look that if anyone is still left. So we have used all the methods, because whenever we use all of the method, the color of this is changed. So if let me just show you quickly, I'm going to just remove this. I'm going to just comment it, and if I move back over here, you can see this. Now the color for this one is different and the color for this one is different. So every data I have added into my list, I'm sure about this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually persist the data into the database, these all data, right? For that I'm going to just create one method, that is public void persist all data, and this method you're going to expect one list of items, list of all items is equal to get all data like this. After this, I'm going to just run a loop for list of items, list over this list of all items. Inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run another loop, item, items colon list over this list, and inside this one I'm going to just create a database dot main DAO dot save. Okay, so we haven't created the interface, the method required in this one, in this main items DAO. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to type it over here and we will write it later. So save item, and inside this one I'm going to pass the items like this. And finally, after the persist, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just type one method. So system.out.print a message, basically data added. Okay, after this loop finished, all the data is added. How we'll get to know? By seeing this into the run file. Okay, so this is showing an issue. So next thing what we are going to do is we are going to resolve this issue. So for that, what we are going to do is we are going to work on this item DAO, and this is the interface. Inside this, on the top of this, I'm going to add one annotation, that is DAO, which basically means that this is a DAO interface and we can use the annotations provided by this DAO. Okay, so next thing what we are going to do is we are going to type void and it will be save item. This is a method which we have used, and this will accept one items like this, and we have to put one annotation over here. So insert, we are going to insert, and in the scenario of insert, if there is duplicate data, it means that on conflict what we want to do is we want to replace it. Okay, so hover over this and replace like this one. Okay, so now if I move back into this one, app data, now here you can see this, now the error is gone. Next thing, we actually need multiple queries inside this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type all the queries quickly so that it will be helpful in later videos. So first I'm going to type one method, that is get all, which will return all the list of items like this. Let me just press alt and insert, alt and enter, and it will be get all by category. So string category, and it will be query will be something like this, select star from items is our table name. If I move back into this one, roomdb, into this items model, and you can see this is a table name, right? So items, so we have to run the query over that. So items where category is the column, and we also have the key, this is the category. So category is equal to colon category equals colon category. It means that for this column, if we want to pass the value from here to here, we have to put this colon in the front of it. Okay, after this we need it by order by ID, and in ascending order, sorry, ASC. Okay, next query which we are going to write is to delete. So void delete, and it will accept one items, and just put the annotation delete, and it will delete. It will take care of remaining query. You don't need to write a query over here. Okay, next thing what we are going to do is we are going to check and uncheck. We are going to write a query for that to check or uncheck. So this is going to return nothing, void check uncheck, and I'm going to just need ID and the boolean value that you want to check or uncheck. So checked like this, and we are going to write the query over here. So update table items, and here what we are going to do is set checked is equal to colon checked like this, where ID is equal to colon ID. So you must make sure that this is the table name. If you go to the model, this is the table name, and whatever the columns you're using, you keep the same name over there. So I'm using this ID. It's a case sensitive. You cannot write a small int, right? If you want to use that, you have to mention a small ID over here. So if I move back over here, we have to write this in this format. Okay. Next thing, now this query is ready. Next thing, I'm going to write one another query to get all the items count. So get items count, and this will simply return the count, and it will be return type for this one is integer. So query select count star from items. Like this will return all the queries, all the count of the data. Okay. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to delete all the data added by the system user. So I'm going to just, this will return integer value that how many rows are deleted. So delete all system items. So string added by. So whatever you pass into this one. So I'm going to type this query, not select. This will be delete from items where added by is equal to colon added by, something like this. So in the app data, we have seen that we have mentioned added by, we have used this 3 argument constructor, right? Here you can see this 3 argument constructor, and if I go into this one, you can see added by system. So whenever we want to delete all the data added by system, we have to call this query delete all system items, and we have to pass system over here, and it will delete all the data which is by default added by this app data. Okay, next thing, we need to add few more queries. So another query will be delete all by category. So delete, and will return an integer value. So delete all by category. Category means nothing but what are the names over here. So if I move back over, this basic need is a category, clothing is a category, personal care is a category, baby needs is a category. Okay, so I'm going to add the category over here. So string category over here, and now I'm going to add a query. Delete from items where category is equal to category, something like this. Next thing, we need to delete all by category and added by. Okay, and this will also return an integer. Delete all by category and added by. So string category and string added by. As I have shown you in the video that sometimes what in the menu option we have the feature to delete the app data but not to delete the add data which user have manually added. So for in that situation we need this data. So not to worry, don't panic after seeing this much of query. I will explain everything whenever I use this stuff. Okay, so just have some patience, just keep following. Okay, so I'm going to write the query for this one. So query delete from items where category is equal to category and added by is equal to added by, something like this. Next thing, we have to get all the data which is checked or unchecked. So list items get all selected. Okay, inside this one we have to pass the boolean value like checked, and just pass the query into this one. Select star from items where checked is equal to checked, like this. order by ID in ascending order. Okay. Like this one. I guess we made some mistake. Okay, annotation are not allowed here. So query. Okay, so let me just remove this, and here we go. So now we have created all the queries, and we moved back from the start. So first what we have did is we have added the dependency into our project. Okay, so next thing what we have did is we have created the model class, in which we have created the table with the name items, and we have the column ID, the name, category, added by, and checked or unchecked. Okay, after this we have created the room database, and I have just kept it named that is MyDB, and the version for this one is 1. And this database contains one table, that is items. And we have also created the item app data. Whatever the data which is required in my application is over here, and whatever the queries is required is over here. So one small stuff is still remaining, that we haven't persisted the data into the database right till now. Whenever our application start, it start with the main activity. Okay, so if it start with the main activity, and there we haven't written any logic to persist this data, to get the data and persist into the database. So before we persist the data, the small stuff is still remaining. What's that? That we have to add the data only the first time when application is installed. But suppose I have somehow managed to do that. The second problem is, suppose we give an update to this app, and in the second update I have added some other variables over here. In that scenario, suppose user updated the app, but this data will not be persisted, that whatever the values you have added over here. Okay, so to overcome that situation, we are going to use a shared preference feature which is provided by the Android. So you have to study. If you want to study, you just go over here and you can just search for shared preferences. Let me just move back over here, Control T. Okay. Preferences in Android Studio, something like this. And here you can study about this. Share preferences is a way where it goes. Share preferences are stable in different situations. For example, the user setting need to save or store the data that can be used in different activities in the same app. We can store it for the multiple purpose. So let me just demonstrate it. You can just go through it. If you can't able to understand this stuff, then just let me know. I will create a separate video for the same. So just move back over here, and let's just move back to this main activity and make some space over here. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a method that is private void, and I'm going to give it the name persist app data, like this one. And we will create an object of shared preferences, and here we go. Is equal to preference manager, this one, manager dot get default shared preferences, and we have to pass the context into this one. So this, after this, what we will do is we will create a shared preference and dot editor. We'll create an editor of object. So editor preference dot edit. And after this, what we will do is we will create a database variable on the top. So it will be room DB, and I'm going to give it the name database. Just move back to the below, and we will initialize that where it goes. Yeah, over here. So database is equal to room DB dot get instance. Inside this one we have to pass the context. So this, and after this we will create an object of that app data. So app data is equal to new app data. Inside this one we have to pass the database instance. So database, and the database instance is passed. After this we will create a int variable that is last, last version. So last is equal to preference dot get int, and inside this one we will pass app data dot last version comma 0, like this one. So from the app data, in the app data I have declared one variable, that is last version. This is the key. Okay, so with this key we will extract the data whatever it's stored in the shared preference. Okay, so in the shared preference, if it contains some data, then it will be returned. Okay, so get int, and whatever is returned is 0. For now, initially it will be 0. Okay, after this we will check if not preference dot get boolean, and here I'm going to get this my constant dot first time camel case false. If this is the case, then what we have to do is we have to add all the data. So app data dot persist all data, and we have to put into this editor dot put boolean, and here what I have to do is my constant dot first time camel case. It means that my application is first time installed, so we have to pass true into this one. Okay, so what we will do is, from the shared preference, what we are extracting is my application is first time installed. So suppose this is the key in which I am going to actually put the boolean value. So suppose this application is installed for the first time, so it will be false. So it's not false. Here you can see this preference dot get boolean. This key will not be found over there. Okay, so in that situation we are not going to check anything. We are going to simply add all the data, and we are going to update the value. This first time camel case, this is a key, and corresponding to this value will be true. Okay, so after this we have to actually change the editor. So editor dot commit, we are going to perform operation over here. Second situation, else if last is less than app data dot new version. Okay, inside this one what we have to do is we have to just suppose I have changed the version. So last version is 0, and we have to update it with some version that is 1 or 2 and something like that. In that situation, what we have to do is database dot main DAO, and we have to delete all the data. So delete all system items. So we have created this query, right? Inside this one I'm going to call this my constant dot system small. So if I go into this one, and here we can see this, we have added one constant for the system. So if I move back over here, so whatever the added by contains system, all the data will be deleted. And here what we will do is app data dot persist all data. After deleting previous data, we are going to persist the data. After this, we will again editor dot put int, and inside this one app data dot last version, and we are going to change this with app data dot new version. So in the app data, whenever we make change in any sort of data, we have to update this one. So initially I'm going to just put 1 over here, because post time I'm going to insert the data. Okay, so if I move back over here, so new version, it will be updated. After this we have to type editor dot commit. So now these two stuff is handled. Now the thing is, we have to simply call this method whenever this activity is loaded. So let me just copy this and move back to the top, and below this one I'm going to just call that method. And we also need to check that if this data is added into my database or not, if everything goes right or not. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a database constant variable over here. So room db dot get instance, and inside this one we're going to pass this, and system dot out dot println, and inside this one I'm going to call this database main DAO dot get all selected, and inside this one I'm going to pass this false so that I get all the data, and from the index 0 I'm going to just get item name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just concatenate it with a string so that we can uniquely identify. I'm just put an arrow over here. Okay, now I'm going to start the application. Let's just move back over here. And let's see what happens. So Gradle build is running. And it's done. Installation is progress, and here we go. Now application is started. We cannot see any changes on the UI part because in the backend we have added the database, we have added the data corresponding to that. So we have to check this arrow. So let me just move back over here, and here you can see this system out and its visa is added. So at the 0th index visa is added. Okay, it means that my data is added properly. If you found any issue throughout this in running, then you must have missed something. You have to start the video from the start and just go again through the complete video. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you when we click on this, how to render the data corresponding to this into the recycler view. So just stay tuned, subscribe, and experience this app by directly downloading from the Play Store. Link is already in the description. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to add database in your application and also how to create the dummy data and persist that dummy data into the database. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description. There you will find the link for my previous video. And in this video, what we are going to do is this much of stuff is already done. When we click on this, clicked on card is shown. So this much stuff is done. So in this video, what we are going to do is whenever I click on this, a new activity will open and the data which we have persisted will be rendered over there. So let me just close this and let me show you quickly what we are going to develop. So this is a complete app. So suppose when I click on this one, it will open new activity and here we have the list of data, right? And also what we can do is whenever we type something like this and click on this one and this data is added, and whenever we click on this, a pop-up like this will be shown and it's asking for confirmation to delete. So these all stuff we are going to do in this video. So let me just close this application and let's start developing. Okay, so first thing what we need is we need a activity to move to that activity whenever we click on that card. So right click on this, click on this one, click on activity and select one empty activity. Here I'm going to name this one checklist and click on finish. This will generate a Java class with the name checklist and one layout that is activity underscore check underscore list. So before we do anything over here, first thing what we have to do is we have to move to this adapter, and inside this one we have to move over here. So here what we have did is we have set a text that whenever I click on this message is shown, right? So let me move back over here. Let me just open my application and here you can see this. Whenever I clicked on card is shown. So this time what I want to, I don't need this toast, right? So what I'm going to do is just comment it, and here what I'm going to do is create one intent, just move back over here, Alt and Enter to import class quickly. After this is equal new intent, and here what we will do is we will pass view dot get context, and inside this one in the intent we have to pass the current context and to which activity we have to move. We have to move to checklist, and inside this one we have to pass checklist.class. Now our intent is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put some of the extra stuff into this intent. It means that I want to pass some of the string from this activity to another activity, that is the header, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put intent dot put extra, and inside this one we have already created some of the constants. So in the key is header. So let me just open this, and here we can see this. We have header. If you directly type it over here, the header in double quotes, this will work also. For the key we have set the header, and what is the value I want to set? That is titles.get, and we have to get it from that specific position. So suppose I have clicked on this basic needs, then basic needs will be set as a header in this intent. One more thing, what I need to do is I need to set one more stuff into this intent for some specific case only, like if my constant dot my selection dot equals, and said this one, its titles dot get dot position. So what is this? This is my selection. If I move back over here, and here we can see this is the my selections, right? So whenever this my selection, we open this my selection stuff, then you must have observed that in our application, in this section, in the my selection, we have hidden some of the items over here. But if we move back into the another section, let me just move back into this needs, and if I click on this one, we have multiple items. So on the basis of this value, let me just move back over here. On the basis of this value, we will actually hide and show that stuff. Okay, so if I'm going to put another value into this one, put extra, and inside this one I'm going to put my constant dot show small, and in my constants dot false string, so I don't want to show those stuff, and in the else condition what I have to do is I have to show that stuff. Okay, so in turn dot put extra my constants dot show small, and the value will be my constants dot true string. Okay, so if I show you this constant value, so it's false, and for this one it's true. So you can see this. Either you can use the constant like this, or you can use like this. Let me just copy this and paste it over here. If I go into this one, show, move back and just remove this in the double quotes, just paste it, and in the place of this just remove it and comma and paste it like this. You can also do like this, but for the common stuff, because at the when we are extracting, we are again going to use this show, so we again need to type this. Suppose if we type something like this by mistake, then it will not work and the time will be wasted, right? So one centralized position to keep all the constants. So this is how this will work later. Okay, so next thing, now the two values which I need to set into this intent is done over here. Next thing what I have to do is I have to move from this to another activity. So view dot get context dot start activity, and so this one we have to pass the intent. So that's it. So now let's start the application and let's check if this works. So let me just click on this and move back over here. Okay, so application is installing. Okay, so now our application started, and here now I'm going to click on this, and here you can see this. Now new activity is opened, but this activity is empty because we haven't coded anything, and even the header is not visible also. So we have passed the header from here. You can see this, that we will set that header and we will render all the data into that one. Okay, so let's move back over here. So first what we are going to do is we are going to design the checklist, this one, activity checklist. So let me move back to the code, and here what I'm going to do is, first thing I'm going to just remove this constant layout, and in the place of this I'm going to put a relative layout. In this relative layout we have to set some color over here. So I'm going to set some color. Background is hash E3 AC, and it's AC, the red color as you have seen in the video. You can see this. Now the color is set. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put the recycler view, and in the below the recycler we have a text field, right? So I'm going to put one recycler view first, recycler view, and the height and width will be match parent and match parent, and ID will be recycler view, something like this. Next thing what we are going to do is we are going to put a margin bottom, so margin bottom of 60 dp, so that we can put the text field over here, and let me just close this. Okay, next thing we are going to put one linear layout, because in the linear layout we have to put one text field with one image icon. Okay, that is a check button. So inside this one We are going to put the width to match parent and height to 60 dp. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set this align parent to bottom, align parent bottom to true, and after this orientation to horizontal, because the text field is in the start and the button is after that. So this is horizontal orientation, right? If you want to put up and down, then you have to add the orientation to vertical. Next thing I'm going to set one ID for this one. So ID will be @ID and it's linear layout. Okay. Next thing we have to set the background for this. So background, it will be hash FFD6D6, something like this. Here you can see this. Now the color for this one is changed, and this is the recycler view. Here you can see this. Now the layout over here inside this one. Let me just close this. Inside this one we have to put one text view and one button. So I'm going to put one edit text view inside this one. So it will be edit text view, and the height and width will be something like this. So width I'm going to set this 0 dp, and for the height I'm going to set 5, and not height will be not 5, it will be wrap content, and weight, layout weight will be 5, something like this, and you can see this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put some hint into this one. So hint will be enter item to add, like this. After this text size, whatever the text you will enter into this one, I need to set the size for that one, that is 22 sp, and you can see this. Now this one is visible. Layout margin left, layout margin left, and I'm going to set it to 8 dp. After this I'm going to set the text style to bold and italic, something like this, and let me just close this. Now the task for this one is done. After this I have to add one button, right? So button, inside this one I have to set the width to 0 dp and weight, layout weight to 0.7, something like this. After this I have to set the height for this one. So height will be wrap content, and I'm going to set the background for this. So background will be IC check circle. So we haven't created it. So what I'm going to do is just go to drawable, select new, select vector asset, click on this and search for check. Just select this one, click on this one, or select any image of your choice, and I'm going to just change the name for this one like this, IC circle or something like this. IC check circle. Okay, and click on next and click on finish. Here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that image. So @drawable / IC check circle, something like this, and here you can see this. Now the image is visible over here. Let me just zoom in quickly, and here you can see this. Now the image is visible over here. Next thing, we have to set the layout for this. So layout margin end to 8 dp, and let me just close this. Now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create item view, right? So if I move back to my application and if I click on this, not this one, the complete one, and you can see this is an item, right? So this item is being replicated, or we can say duplicated, for each item, right? So we have to design this one item view. So let me just move back over here. Inside this layout, what I'm going to do is right click on this, click on new layout resource file. Inside this one I'm going to design a new resource file. So this will be, the name for this one will be check_list_item, and click on OK, and this will generate a item list. So click on code, and here what we are going to do is I'm going to just remove this constraint layout with linear layout. Move back over here, in the linear layout, first thing we have this match parent and match parent. So what we have to do is we have to just change this one to wrap content. Let me just split this so that we can see the design at the same time. Here you can see this, the height is wrapped. Next thing what we have to do is we have to set the margin top, and I'm going to set this one to 10 dp, and I'm going to set the margin from start of 5 dp. After this, I'm going to set a margin end of also 5 dp, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some padding of 10 dp. Okay, after this I'm going to set the text alignment to center, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to give an ID to this one. So ID will be linear layout. You can give any name as per your choice. Okay, and next thing we also need to set the orientation. So I'm going to set the orientation to horizontal because one after another, and then we have the delete button, right? So this is how we are going to design. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put one checkbox, right? So I'm going to add one checkbox, and for the height and width, what we're going to do is for the width I'm going to set the 0 dp, and we have to set the weight, and the weight will be 5, and the height for this one will be wrap content. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set an ID for this one. So ID checkbox and layout gravity to center. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to set some text so that we can see what exactly it look like. This is just for test. Let me just close this, and let me just copy and paste it to multiple times, something like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set some text size, and it will be 20 dp, and here you can see this. When the size increases, it increases something like this. So now for this, the task for checkbox is done. Next thing we have to put one button on at the end. So I'm going to put one button quickly. So just move back over here. So button, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the ID and width and height as well. So width will be 0 dp, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the weight for this one. So the weight will be 0.7, and the height for this one will be wrap content. And after this I'm going to set the ID. ID will be btn delete. Gravity will be center. Layout gravity will be center, and after that I'm going to set the background for this. So you must have observed that we have a beautiful background, this black color, so we have to create that background, right? So just move back over here to the drawable, and what we are going to do is we are going to create one drawable. So right click on this and click on new, and click OK. So we don't need to create a layout right now, not the drawable. So we have to actually create one delete button, delete icon over here. So right click on this, click on new, and click on vector assets. Click on this one, and here you can search for delete. You can select any of your choice. So I'm going to select this delete icon. So click on OK, and I'm going to just change this one. I see delete underscore white. Click on enter and click on finish. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add one background for this one, and that will be at the rate drawable / delete white, something like this. And let me just close this, and here you can see this. Now the view for this one is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create one background, that's the black background, which we are going to set later in the adapter. So let me just create that quickly. So click on new and create on drawable resource file, and inside this one we have to select the shape, and I'm going to give it a name. So that is border _1, and click on enter, and this will create a shape like this. Next thing, we have to set some property inside this one, that will be stroke, and I'm going to set the width for the same, that is 2 dp. You can increase and decrease as per your choice. and the color for this one will be black. So hash 6 times 0. After this, I'm going to just close this. Next thing, I have to set some curve at the corner. So for that, I'm going to set the corners, and I'm going to set the radius for this one, that is 20 dp. And let me just close this like this. And here you can see this at the corner, we have the radius. If you can see it over here, you can also increase it. Like if I put it 200, and you can see this, now the shape is drastically changed. So you can change it as per your choice. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create an adapter class. So let me just minimize this, now minimize this and minimize this. Now the task for this design and everything is done right now. So let me just close this all tabs and move back to over here. Right click on this and click on new Java class, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a name. So check list adapter, and click on enter. This will create a class like this. So inside this one, first thing what we have to do is we have to create a view holder class. So I'm going to create a class and I'm going to name this view holder. So check list view holder, and this will extend recycler view dot view holder, and just open the braces and hover over this red line, and it will show create a constructor matching super. Now the issue is resolved. Inside this one, what we have to do is we have to actually connect the backend. We have to make a reference for the UI, right? So if I move back over here in the drawable, not in the drawable, in the layout, and here if we see this check item list, here we have one layout, and we have one checkbox, and we have one delete button. So we have to bind this inside this one. Okay, so for that one, I'm going to create one linear layout, and I'm going to name this one layout, and one is checkbox, another is button, that is btn delete, and after this we have to make the connection with that one. So layout is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot linear layout, right? So let me just move back over here, alt and enter, and import class this one. After this we have to select this linear layout, and I just close this. After this we have checkbox is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot checkbox, like this one. After this we have this btn delete is equal to item view dot find view by id r dot id dot btn delete. Now we have the reference to those checkbox, or whatever you can say this, the delete button or the layout. So whenever we click on that layout, we have to check and uncheck, and we have to set the check and uncheck value to that one. Whenever we click on the delete button, we have to delete the value. So now our view holder adapter is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move back over here, and here we have to extend the cycler view dot adapter. Inside this one we have to pass our view holder. So checklist view holder, something like this. Next thing what we have to do is we have to hover over this and click on implement methods and select all of these 3 methods and click on OK, and this will generate a code like this. Before we do anything in this one, we have to create some of the constants which are required. So context, we need it, not this one, context, and I'm going to give it a name, that is context. After this, list of items to show. So list of items list. Just move back over, alt and enter, and import class. After this we need room db, that is the database. Next thing we need a string, that is show or not, which we have passed from one activity to another activity, right? So these all we required over here. So another thing, we have to generate the constructor. So first I'm going to generate a empty constructor. After this I'm going to create another constructor. So press alt and insert key to open a pop-up like this. Click on constructor and select the items, that is context items list, and after this we have the database and we have the string. So click on OK, and this will open a pop-up like this. If Now you must have observed that whenever we open the application and if I go to the one stuff like my list and nothing is there to show, so one toast message is shown over there, that nothing to show, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to implement that. So if item list dot size is equal to 0, then we need to show the toast. So toast, and inside this one we have to show the toast, right? So nothing to show, something like this. In the place of context, what we are going to use is context dot get application context, something like this. Now whenever our application opens and we click on some list in which nothing is to show, then this message will pop up. If you want to change it, you can change it as per your choice. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move back to this checklist view holder over here and we have to return a view, right? So return new checklist view holder. Inside this one we have to pass layout inflator dot from. Inside this one we have to pass the context, and after this we have to type inflate. Inside this one we have to pass the layout which we have created, that is r.layout.checklist item, and after this we have to pass the parent and then finally pass the false, that is attached to root. Let's close it. So here you can see this. Now our onCreate view holder is ready. That new view holder with the item list is returned. Okay, next thing, move back to this onBind view holder, and before we move back over here, let me simply change this one. So list items list dot size, and this will return how many rows we want, right? Suppose we have 10 items, then we need 10 rows. So according to this adapter is rendered. Okay, so next thing, if we move back into this one, here what we have to do is we have to type holder dot checkbox dot set text, and we have to get the text from item list dot get the item from a specific position, and from that we have to get item name. So this list item is type of items, right? So inside the items we have getter and setters, that is item name, the category and other stuff. So we are getting item, suppose this position is 0, then item object from the 0th position, and from that item we are actually extracting the name. In the same way we have to set that holder dot checkbox dot set checked item list dot get position dot get checked status, right? So initially it's false, as I have told you already. Next thing, if my constants dot false string, this is the string, dot equals show. So if this is false, then we have to hide the button. So you must have observed that if we move back over here, let me just close this. We just close, this is the complete app, right? So here what I want to show is, if I go to this my selections, you can observe that in the bottom we don't have that button and other stuff, right? So we have to hide it whenever this is show is false, right? So holder dot btn delete dot set visibility view dot gone, something like this. After this we have to set holder dot layout dot set background drawable, and so this one we have to set context dot get resources dot get drawable. Inside this one we have to pass r dot drawable dot border 1, which we have created that black outline, right? In the else condition, what we have to do is we have to check if item list dot get position dot get checked. In that situation, what we have to do is we have to set holder dot layout dot set background color, and I'm going to set the color for this one. So color dot parse color. Inside this one we have to pass the string, whatever the color code you want to set. So 8E546F. This is what we are going to set. In the else condition, we have to set the layout. So layout dot set background drawable context dot get resources dot get drawable r dot drawable dot border 1. So what this basically does is, suppose that is, if I move back over here and here you can see this, let me just move back and move back inside this one, and here you can see this. If I check this, now the border is removed and the color is changed. So this is what I did over here. So when I checked it, now the color is changed and the border is removed. Whenever I uncheck it, now the color is changed to the previous one and the border is added, right? So this is what we did over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to whenever we click on check button, we have to update the stuff, right? So for that, what we are going to do is just make some space, holder dot checkbox dot set on click listener new view on click listener. Let me make some space over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to get some stuff like boolean check is equal to holder dot checkbox dot is checked. If this is checked, then we have to update the stuff. So database main DAO, and we have written some query, right? So check uncheck. Inside this one we have to pass the ID. So item list dot get. Inside this one we have to pass the position dot get ID, and after this we have to pass the status, whatever we want to do. So if we want to check it or uncheck it, if you want to see this query, so let me just open it quickly. So items DAO, inside this one we have written these query in the previous video. So update item set checked where ID is this. So we are passing the ID and we are passing the status, whatever we want to do. So you can see this is done. So it's showing an error, but it's just due to some of the issues, but it will not stop our execution. Okay, don't worry about that if it's same in your system. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to check if my constants dot false string dot equals show. Then what we have to do is item list, and whenever we click on that, we don't need to only update the data, right? Instantly that needs to be shown on the UI, right? Whenever I click on this, instantly the color is changing, instantly everything is happening, right? So at the same time I want to render also. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make some changes. So database dot main DAO dot get all selected, and it's true. Okay, so this is the different case. This is this one is show, then I want to actually select all the data which has checked, right? So this is the case where, let me just move back over here. This is the case when we are on this dashboard page, in the first page, and here if I click on this my selected, then it returns the false value, right? It means that I have to not show some of the data. In that case, we only show all the items which you have selected in different categories, right? So we have written the query that get all selected. If I pass true, then only all selected methods will be returned. All selected values, that is, will be returned. All the checked values, or whatever you can say, all the selected values will be returned, right? So if this is the case, then what we have to do is we have to do notify dataset changed. In the else condition, what we have to do, we have to get items list dot get, and we get the position dot set checked to check, and notify dataset change at the same time, and we have to create a toast. Okay, so toast, not like this, something like this, toast message is equal to null, and if toast message is not equal to null, Then what we want to do is toast message dot cancel. It means that suppose one toast is already visible and then another toast is appearing over it, so one by one it's appearing. That's why I have just cancelled this toast. After this, what I did is we just move back over here, and here we have to show that message. Whenever you click on that item is backed, that message like that is visible, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is if items list dot get and the specific position dot get checked, then toast message is equal to toast dot make toast. Inside this one we have to pass the context, and inside this one we have to make the data like that. So opening bracket, make some space if you want, otherwise you can type like this: holder dot checkbox dot get text, something like this, plus, and then we put double quotes and the closing bracket, it's packed, right? Next thing, toast dot length long, length short. Okay, in the else condition, what we have to do is we have to do something similar to this one. Toast is equal to toast dot make toast and context. Inside this one we have to pass holder dot checkbox dot get text plus closing bracket, in the double quotes, closing bracket, unpacked, comma, toast dot length short, something like this. And finally what we have to do is we have to show the toast message dot show, and this will show a toast whenever we click on that. After this, what we have done is we have done the check and uncheck part. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually work on delete stuff, that delete button, right? So holder dot btn delete dot set on click listener, new view on click listener, something like this, and I pressed Control Alt and L in order to format the stuff, format the lines, right? Here what I'm going to do is, as I have shown you that whenever I move back over here and if I move back into this one, and whenever I click on this, we have to show a progress bar, right? So when I click on this, here you can see this delete and the name is over here, are you sure, and the cancel and confirm. When I click on cancel, that deletion is cancelled. So I'm going to apply that same stuff, and here you must observe that over here on the checkbox, here you can see this, now the button is visibility is gone in the case of this my selections. So let me move back over here. You can see this, you can see a delete button over here, you can see this, but in the my selections the delete button is not there. If you want to show that over there only, here you can see this, now the delete button is gone. So if you comment this line, the delete button is also visible over there. So let me just move back over and let me move back to this delete button code, and here what we will do is we will show one alert dialog box. So alert dialog builder, inside this one we have to pass the context, and inside this one we have to set the title, and I'm going to set the title delete, and this will be something like this: delete plus item list dot get position dot get item name plus, in the double quotes, make some space and close this. After this we have to set the message, are you sure, question mark. After this, the set positive button, inside this one I'm going to ask for confirm. This is the button name, so new dialog interface dot on click listener. Wait for a second, I guess I made some mistake, I missed the comma over here. On click listener, something like this. click on this one, on cancel, on click, cancel on dismiss, not this one. Let me just remove this quickly. New, on new dialog interface dot on click, this one. Okay, so here what we have to do is we have to this is a dialog and that one is okay. So database dot main DAO dot delete, and we have to pass the item, right? So item list dot get the item from the specific position, and this will delete the data. So in the previous video I've already shown how to write the query for this one, so please watch the previous video, link is already in the description. Next thing what we have to do is item list dot remove whatever the data which we have deleted. We also need to remove from that recycler view, so I'm going to just remove it. Item list dot get position, that item will be returned and that item will be removed, and notify dataset changed. After this what we have to do is, let me just close this, not this one, this one, dot set negative. Okay, over here let me just close this, dot set negative button, that is cancel. So CANCEL, and here again new dialog on click over here, and let me just set icon over here. So I want to set the icon, so r.drawable .ic underscore delete. So we haven't added the delete over here, so let me quickly add a drawable, that is IC delete. Just move back over here, just click on this vector asset, just click on this delete forever like this one, and change the color for this one to red, and just remove this much stuff. IC delete, click on this one and finish. And here if I press control and spacebar, and you can see this. After this what we have to do is we have to just simply call dot show, and this one is ready. Okay, so we missed some of the stuff, I guess. One curly braces is missing. Let me just remove these two and put one curly braces over here, and now the issue is resolved. Okay, so in the cancel stuff we don't need to do anything. If you want to show a toast message, then you can show a toast message like this, operation cancelled by user, something like this, cancelled, and this will show a message that deletion operation is cancelled. Okay, next thing what we have to do is we already have added this size, return the size over here, so the task over here is done. Next thing we have to move to this checklist. Just move back over here, and here first thing what I have to do is I'm going to add some of the methods over here. First thing that will be add item, so I'm going to generate a stuff. Okay, so before adding item I'm going to create one stuff over here. So private void, and this will be update recycler. Inside this one we will pass list of items, and let me just press alt and enter, import, and this one will be items list, and also we need to import this list, so let me just quickly do that. So before we do anything further, let me just quickly initialize some of the variables over here. So that is recycler view over here, checklist adapter. After this we need the room DB, so room DB is database. After this I need list of items list is equal to new array list. After this I need string header and show and hide this stuff. Okay, next thing we have to create some variable of edit text, that is the txt add, and next thing we need one button, that is the that for add button, so btn add, and we need one linear layout. linear layout, that is linear layout. Let me just quickly import this one, alt and enter in import class. Okay, so now quickly move back to this update recycler. Inside this one, what we have to do is we have to update recycler and we have to set some of the properties. Set has fixed size and we have set this to true. Next thing what we have to do is recycler view dot set layout manager. Inside this one we have to pass new staged grid layout manager. Inside this one we have to pass the count, that is 1, and we have to pass a linear layout manager dot vertical. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to type like this, checklist adapter is equal to new checklist adapter. Inside this one we have to pass checklist dot this, and we have to pass this item list comma database, and we have to pass this shows value, right? Next thing we have to set recycler view dot set adapter, and we have to pass this checklist adapter into this one. So in the checklist adapter we have created the constructor which accept the context and it can accept the values, that is item list, and it also accept the database object, and it also accept the show value. So we haven't initialized these values. Let me quickly do those all stuff over here inside this one, and then we will see how this works. Before that I also need to add one more method, that is private void add a new item. This will basically use to add new item into the database. So string item name, and that this one we will create one object of items. Items is equal to new items. Just quickly delete this yes from over here. So item dot set checked, initially it will be false by default. After this item dot category, and this category will be whatever the header. Next thing item dot set item name, so whatever is from the whatever we get into this method over here. Okay, so it must be showing that header is may not be initialized. Apply to okay, this is not yeah. If I move back into this header, the category is string. Okay, so it will work, don't worry about that. After this item dot set added by, and so this one in the my constant we have already created user small, right? After this we have to call this database dot main DAO, but we have to call this stuff that is save items, and so this one we have to pass the item. After this we also need to update the recycler view, and we need to move to the bottom. So inside this one item list I have added the updated the recycler view. Next thing what we have to do is recycler view dot scroll to position checklist adapter dot get item count -1 at this position, right? And we have to clear the text field. So txt add dot set text, and we have to set simply double quotes, something like this. Okay, so this header is empty for now. Let me just quickly move back over here into this one, and first thing what we have to do is we have to hide the toolbar. So get support action bar dot okay, in the toolbar we don't need to hide in this situation. We have to actually set the header into that one, right? So inside this one we have to show that header. So set support, get support action bar, set display home up enabled. So this is for the back button, right? So we want to also show the back button. So if I move back to this one, and here you can see this, we have this back button. So this code get support action bar, inside this one we have to set this back button. After this we have to extract the string and that show value from the intent in order to set that into the header, right? So intent is equal to get intent, and we have to extract the header. So we have already created the string of header. So header is equal to intent dot get a string extra, and we have to use the same key. So my constant dot header small. Okay, this, oh sorry, my bad, this is not get category, it's set category, right? And now the issue is gone. Okay, after this header we have show. Inside this one we have item. We also need to extract it from intent dot get a string extra my constants dot show small. So now we got these two values. If you want to print it, you can print it and check it over here. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually register other applications, and before we register, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the header. So get support action bar dot set title, and we have to set the header over here. Okay, next thing what we have to do is we have to okay, so let's check if this header is set or not. So let me just restart my application and let me just close this, and here you can see this. Now the Gradle build is running. Okay, so we missed something over here, unexpected. Let me just open it, move back over here. Okay, so we haven't closed it properly, so let me just close it. Okay, so close it and restart my application. And here we go. Now my application is open. If I click on this, and here you can see this, now the basic needs is visible over here. Now the header is being set. Baby needs, here you can see this. Now the health is visible over here. Everything is changing. As if I move back into this one, you can see this needs is visible over here, but now the data is not visible. Now these all stuff is also not hidden. So why it's not working? Because we haven't called this update recycler into this one. Before we call it, we need to actually make a variable for this one. Not actually variable, we need to register it, right? We have to find view by ID, and then we have to make a connection with that view. Then we can perform the operation. So before we first thing what we have to do is txt add is equal to find view by ID r.id.txt add r.id.txt add something like this. Let me just move back over here in the checklist, and we have this txt. Okay, so we forgot to put a ID for this one. So ID txt add. If I move back over here, you can see this. Now the issue is gone. btn add is equal to find view by ID r.id.btn. Okay, so we haven't added the ID for it. So let me quickly do that. ID btn add. Move back over here. btn add. Now recycler view is equal to find view by ID r.id.recycler view, and for the linear layout we also have one ID. So find view by ID r.id.linear. Okay, we haven't added the ID for the same. Not this one. Okay, we have the ID. Let me just copy it and move back over here and just paste it. And here you can see this. Now the issue is gone. Next thing, we have to create the database object. So write database is equal to room db, and say this one we have to call get instance, which we have developed in the previous video, and we have to pass the context. So this we have passed. So in some situation, like if my constant dot false string dot equals show, in this situation what we have to do is we have to hide that linear layout, right? So linear layout dot set visibility view dot gone. So let's see if this works or not. In the else situation, what we have to do is we have to simply do all this stuff, right? So let me just call this and move back over here, and here we go. For now, here you can see this. Okay, so application restart. If I click on this, and you can see that this one is visible, right? So if I move back over here, and if I go to the my selections, and here you can see this, now that view is not visible over here. Okay, so now move back over here, and next thing what we have to do is, now this one is working fine. Next thing, we have to fetch the data corresponding to that category. So database.main.DAO.get all selected is equal to true. So in the my selection only we have to show all the data, right? So only selected value will be visible over here. In the else condition, what we have to do is items list is equal to database dot main DAO dot get all. Inside this one we have to pass the category, and that header is basically category, so we have to pass the header into this one. After this, what we have to call is update recycler view. Inside this one we have to simply call items list. Now let me restart the application, and now let's see if the data is being rendered or not. So if I click on this basic needs, and here you can see this, now all the data is rendered over here. If I click on this, now our application crashes. Let's see what happened. Quickly just move back over here, begin to crash. We had the unknown color, the color is unknown. So let me just move back over here into this one, and let's go over here. Whenever checkbox is clicked, get color. Okay. This actually we missed the hash over here. Now let's restart and try it once again. So I've restarted the application and installed baby needs, and if I click on this, and here you can see this jumpsuit is packed. If I click on this, jumpsuit is unpacked. Let me click on this and let's try to delete. Confirm it, and here you can see this jumpsuit is gone. Okay, if I move back over here to the bottom, if I click something like this, if I click on this, now this will not work for now because we haven't coded for it. So if I move back over here and just go to the bottom, and if I click on my selection, here you can see this, now the passport is visible, but now the color for this one is not there. If I click on this, this will be removed. Okay, so if I move back over here and if I select the multiple items like this one from the different categories, something like this, move back in the technology, let me select multiple stuff, and if I go below and in the my section, and here you can see this, we have all the items over here. So now move back over here, and now finally what we are going to do is we are going to code for the add stuff, this button, right? So let me just move back over here to this one, that is checklist, and here after this update recycler, what we have to do is we have to actually code for that btn add. That what we want to do is we want to add the new item. So btn add, inside this one we have to put set on click listener, inside this one new view on click listener, inside this one first what we do is string item name is equal to txt add dot get text dot toString. After this, if item name is not equal to null and not item name is empty. If this is not the situation, then I want to add the item. So add new item, inside this one we have to call the item name, and this add new item stuff is, or method is already written. After this, in the else situation, what we want to do is we want to show a message. So toast, inside this one what we have to do is empty can't be added, and here also I want to show a toast that your item is added. So item added. Let me just save this and let's restart my application and let's see what this exactly happens over here. Click on this and here you can see this. Okay, so we missed some of the stuff, I guess. Let me just check it. Let's restart my application, and my application is restarted. If I move back over here, PCD, click on this and you can see this, now the item is added. Okay, new item, save items. This one, actually we missed one small stuff, I guess that's why that item is not being visible. So what we have to do is we have to again, here you can see this, now the item is saved into the database, right? But that the new item is not being fetched and added into this list which we are passing into the data, into the recycler view. So for that, what we have to do is we have to move back over here. So items list is equal to database dot main DAO dot get all, and we have to pass the header into this one. And now save it and now restart my application, and let's see now what happens. So if I click on this and if I add X, Y, Z and click on this one, and here you can see this, now the X, Y, Z is instantly visible. If I click on delete, cancel, nothing happens. If I click on delete confirm, now the item is gone. You can see this. This is how it works. So let me just explain how this all stuff is working right now. So first thing, what we have to check. So what we did is we created a variable for this one. We have created a list of items and header and show. So we have passed some of the stuff from this adapter, right? So if I move back away, we have put the header and we have put this true and false, the show value. So if I move back, and we have finally moved back to this checklist class. So if I move back over here to the checklist, first what I did is I added a back button over here. Okay, so after this we have to actually extract some of the value from the intent. That is, we got the intent and we got a current intent, get intent, and from this intent I extracted the value, that is header and the show and hide header stuff over here. After this, I have set the title into the toolbar. I have registered the text field, button, and recycler view and the linear layout, and we got the instance for the database, and we have hide and show the items on the basis of this show stuff. Suppose in the my section, if in the my section we are passing the this one to false, so in that case I am hiding these all stuff, right? And we are extracting only the selected values and showing it over here. And finally we have extracted this item list and we passed to this update recycler. Here we have this item list, and inside this one we have passed the context and the item list and the database object which we have created over here, like this one. Here you can see this get instance, we got the instance for this database, and this database is passed over here, and that show value, whatever we got from the intent, we are passing into this adapter. Now we move back into this checklist adapter, and here we have this context, item list and show. And after this, what we did is we have registered the layout for each item, and we have performed all the operations inside this one, as I have told you that for the delete button and for the this checkbox. Okay, so this is how this all stuff is working. And for the one view, we have registered all the view inside this one, in this view holder. And one small stuff is still remaining. If I move back over here and if I move back to the app, and let me just open my application. If I click on this, and here you can see when I click on this, nothing happens. So for that, what we have to do is we have to override one method over here. So alt insert and click on this and click on override, and here what we have to do is we have to search for on support navigation up, this one. Click on OK, and here what we have to do is on support navigation up. Let me just remove this, on back pressed, and finally return true. Let me just save it and let me just restart my application. Click on this, and if I click on this, and here you can see this new, now we are back onto the previous page. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video we are going to work on this menu items over here, and for the search stuff, and for whatever operation when we click on the specific button, we are going to see in the next video. So that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe and share with your friends, and please follow us on Instagram. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video we have seen whenever we click on this, a new activity will open like this one, and how to render the data from the database and all the operations like checked, unchecked, delete operation, and also the add operation. And also we have added this back button. So if you haven't watched the previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video. And what we are going to learn in this video is, let me just quickly close this application. Let me open my complete app. So inside this one, what we are going to learn is whenever we click on this, and we are going to implement this part, this menu part. Whenever we click on this, a pop-up like this will be opened, and we also have an option to search it over here. Here you can see this. Whenever I type yes, all the stuff with yes is visible over here, and it's not actually, we are ignoring the case sensitivity. So here we can see this. If I type capital yes or small yes, still the result is same. Okay, so let me just close this and let me quickly start with the development of this one. Let me just stop this one. First thing what you have to do is, let me just minimize all of this stuff and maximize it once. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to create one folder over here. So click on this new, and we're going to create an Android resource directory. So click on this, and here what we're going to select is menu. So click on this and click on OK, and this will create a menu directory like this one. After this, I'm going to create one resource file, menu resource file. So click on new and click on this one and select this menu resource file. Click on this, and I'm going to name this one menu_1. Click on OK, and this will create one menu over here like this. You have to simply click on this code or a split if you want to see the code in parallel. So I'm going to put it in a split way so that you can simply see the code over here. Here, first thing what we have to do is we have to start adding the items into this one. So let me make some space, and inside this one, first item will be, I'm going to add item, and I'm going to provide some ID. With the help of this ID, I'm going to link the operation with this ID. Okay, so btn my selection. After this, I'm going to give it a title. So title will be my selection. Next item will be item, and I'm going to give it an ID, and ID will be btn custom list. After this, give it a title like this one, create custom list. Another item, give it an ID, and ID will be btn reset, and I'm going to give it a title, reset to default. Another item, and here you can see this on the right side, the menus items are being added. My selections, create custom list, reset to default. You can change the name as per your choice, and you can also add extra functionality by simply adding it over here, the new item, and coding for the same button. Okay, so I will show you also how to code for this specific button. So ID and btn delete default, and title will be delete default data. After this, another item I'm going to add, I'm going to give it an ID, that is btn about us, and for the title, I'm going to give it the title is about us. Okay, next thing what we have to do is I'm going to add one more item. So that will be btn exit, and give it a title exit, close it. And another more stuff is we have a search bar. Okay, so for that we also need to add the item. So ID btn search, and I'm going to give it a title search. But in this situation, as you have seen that we don't have the search button over here, we have a search magnifies glass on the toolbar, right, over the top. So how we are going to add this search from here, from the bottom to here. So let me just show that quickly. So make some space over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one icon. So to add an icon, what we have to do is first I have to click on this drawable, right click on this, click on new, and just go to the vector asset, click on this one, select this and search for search, and just select this one, click on OK, and just change this one to black, and just change this to IC search. click on next and click on finish, this will add one drawable file. So here I'm going to set one icon for this one. So at the rate drawable /ic_search. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set some property that is show as action, and if room is available, it means that if space is available, and you can see this now it's automatically over here, and in the pipe collapse action view. After this, I'm going to set one more stuff, that is action view class, and inside this one we have to pass Android X dot app compact dot visit dot search view, because we also need a search view, that is the text field. Whenever we click on that, it's already open a search view, right? So just copy this app and this app over here, action view, and here now the issues is gone. So now our menu item is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go into the app data and we have to actually create some of the methods in order to perform the operations with these buttons. So let me just move back over here and let me just open my complete app. Inside this one, if I go into this one, if I click on this, and here you can observe that we have the button, right? So reset to default. It means that delete, as this will load the default data provided by Pack Your Bag and will delete the custom data you have added in clothing. So the custom data is over here, right? So we have whatever the operation we have to perform on the click of this button, and this button needs to be done over here. Or you can also create a separate class where you can write the logic and call the data from this app data, but I'm going to write the logic over here. So let's quickly go to the bottom and make some space over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the method. So I'm going to write private, and it will return a list of items, and I'm going to name this one delete and get list by category, string category, and boolean. I'm going to accept one boolean value, only delete. Okay, so it will show error for now because it's expecting to return a list of items, but we haven't returned anything yet. So okay, so first thing what we are going to check is if only delete. In that situation, what we want to perform, we have to write it over here, and in the else condition, what we have to perform, we have to write it over here. So we already have a database instance, right? So database dot main DAO dot delete all by category and added by. So inside this one, we will pass the category. Category means the name, that is basic items like beaches and other stuff, right? So inside this one, we have to pass the added by. So my constants dot system small, because we are going to reset it and delete all the data provided by the system. So initially all the data whatever we are going to add inside this one, like this, if we are going to delete the supplies data, then these data needs to be deleted, and these data, in this data we have set the added by is system. So I'm going to just delete those data. If this is not the situation, it means that database dot main DAO dot delete all data by category. So category, and this will delete all the data by the category. Okay, so in that category every data will be deleted. It doesn't mean that whoever has added into this one. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a switch case over here. So switch, inside this one we will pass the category like this, and the first case will be my constants. As you can see, my constants, let me just copy this quickly, my constants dot basic needs camel case, and we will return simply the method, the data that get basic data. Here we go. So Now you can understand that why we have put this values in a constant in a different class, because here you can see this, we are repeatedly using these all stuff, right? So if we have to type it manually, like here you can see this, whenever I hover over this, we have this basic needs over here. So suppose if sometime it may happens that you may type something wrong, you may lift and in a small lower case or something else. In that situation you will stuck in the between, that what's happening, why it's not working, like that. So next stuff is case my constants dot, and so this one we will pass clothing camel case and return get clothing data. I will explain you why I'm adding this switch case, don't worry about that. So let me just copy this one and paste it once again, and just change this one to personal care, and just we also need to change the data, right? So get personal care data, again paste it, and just change this one to baby needs, change this one to get baby needs data, something like this. After this we need to paste it once again, change this one to health camel case, and just return get health data, again paste it, technology, and get technology over here, technology data. Next thing we have food, so let me just add a food stuff over here, food camel case, get food data, again we are going to paste it once again, and here what we are going to do is we are going to add beach supplies camel case and get beach supplies data. After this again I'm going to paste it, and here we're going to put car supplies, get car supplies data. After this we need to put once again, and this time it's needs camel case, get needs data. And if this all not satisfies, then what we have to do is we have to call this default and return new array list. And now here you can see this, now the error is gone, now this method is perfectly fine, right? So this is how this will work, and we have declared this private because we are going to, again right now we are going to write one more method inside. From that method only this one is going to be used. So let me do that quickly. Okay, so let me just make some space over here, and here what I'm going to do is public void persist data by category. Inside this one I'm going to pass the category and boolean stuff, right? Only delete, something like this. Here first thing I'm going to just put this one in the try and catch block, so that anything goes wrong we can handle it, right? So exception ex dot print start trace, and I'm going to just show a toast message that something goes wrong. Something like this. So suppose any exception happens, then this will show a toast on your UI. After this, if everything goes right, so first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a list of items, list, and we're going to call delete this one, our method which we have created, and call the category and only delete stuff. Okay, so now we have the data. Suppose if this one is true, it means that we have to delete all the data by category, the system data, whatever we have added. And just let me move back over here and let me just show you quickly. So here we have this option, is delete default data. If I click on this, this will delete all the data which we have provided by default. Suppose here you can see this, the sports wear is the last item which is provided by the system. So I'm going to add a random data. If I click on this one, here you can see this is the last item. So if I'm going to delete the default data, in that situation, we don't need to delete this stuff, right? So if I click on this one, delete default data, confirm, and here you can see this. Now this item remains over here. So this, in this case, it enters that from this clothing category, we have to delete all the data which is added by system. So this data is not added by system. As in the previous video, I have explained you and I have shown you that this data, whenever we add a new item over here, then it set added by as user. So that's why this data is not deleted. If we want to reset to default, in this situation, what we have to do is I'm deleting all the data for this specific clothing category, and whatever the data previously this app provides will be restored. So if I click on this, and here you can see this last item is sportswear, and the default, the random data which we have added is gone. So that's how this method works over here. That's why we use this only delete option over here. So now we got the data after deleting and everything, performing the operation, and after getting the data corresponding to that stuff for the clothing. Here you can see this, where it goes. Yeah, this one. This method is returned, and inside this method we have added this stuff. Last item is sportswear. So now we got these all items. So next thing what we have to do is we have to persist it, right? So just move back over here, and if the thing is, if not only delete, in that situation we have to persist it. In the else condition, we don't need to do anything. So toast, and inside this one I'm going to simply show the message, just category plus, make some space, reset successfully, right? Something like this. And if it's only delete, in that situation we have only deleted but not added any data. So if it's not the situation, it means that we have to reset to default. In that situation, we have to add the items. For items, item colon from the list, advanced for loop, I press Ctrl Alt L to actually format everything. And after this, simply we call this database.main DAO.save item. Inside this one, we have to pass the items. Item, right, like this. Now after the persisting is completed, then we have to show the message. Again, the same stuff. So let me just copy this quickly and just paste it over here. Okay, so now our task over here is done. So now our method is ready. Now we have to work on that menu item. Okay, so just quickly move back to this one, checklist, and here make some space over here. And here I'm going to override some of the methods. So I pressed Alt and insert key. So click on this and override method. You can also see Control O is another alternative to directly open this override implementation. And here we can search for on create panel menu. Click on this, and this will generate a method like this. Here what we are going to do is just make some space, and inside this one I'm going to use menu inflator, and inflate is equal to get menu inflator. Inside this one, inflator dot inflate, and inside this one we have to pass the menu which we have created, r.menu.menu1, and we have to pass the menu, something like this. After this, you must have observed that whenever we go into this section in the my selection, some of the items is hidden, right? You can see this, we have only 3 items, so we are going to hide that items over here. So if my constants dot my selection dot equals the header, in the previous video I have shown you that this header is being passed from the main activity to this checklist activity, right? And that header is being set in the toolbar over here. Let me just close this over here. This is stuff. So I'm comparing this. If this is the situation, then I'm going to hide the items, and I'm going to hide the item by index, right? So menu dot get item, and at the 0th position I'm going to hide the item. So get visible is equal to false. After this, menu dot get item, at the 2nd position I want to hide it. Okay, next thing, we have to hide this menu.get items, and the position 3.set visibility is equal to false, set visibility to false. And if this is not the situation, then if my constants dot my list camel case dot equals header, in this situation I only want to hide one stuff, menu dot get items dot one dot set visibility to false. I'm hiding myself. In the my list camel case, you cannot see itself. Like if I move back over here, let me just close this. Just move in the my list. If I click on this here, you can see my list is missing, right? So I'm hiding myself and this stuff. So let me just quickly open this menu item and let's see 0, 2 and 3. What is the index? So 0, 2 and 3. This one. My selections, reset to default and delete default data is hidden in this situation. If I move back over here, let me just move back. Click on this one and here we go. You can see this my selection is not visible over here. That is the 0th index. Reset to default is second index. This is also not visible. Delete default data, it's also not visible over here. So this is how you can hide the items inside the index. Let me just close this, minimize this one, and if I move back to this checklist activity, and here next thing what we have to do is, let me just, okay, so after this we also need to actually code for the search item, right? So before we do that, let me just start my application quickly and let's see if my menu items are visible over there or not. So okay, so I've closed my application and here you can see this Gradle build is running. It may take some time. Okay, so we have some issue, btn search is incompatible. Okay, Android X, let me just go click on this one. Okay, so here we did some small mistake. Here we haven't put the @ID, something like this, and now everything is fixed. Let me just start the application and here you can see this. Now Gradle build is running and our application is started. If I click on this and here you can see this, now we have the search item. Whenever I click on this and it's working, right? So if I click on this, if I click on this one and here we have this my selection and nothing is working for now. Whenever we click, it simply closes it, right? So let's see if that hiding stuff work over here or not. So if I go to this my selections, if I click on this and here you can see this, now we have only 3 items over here. So if I move back to this one and if I comment these 3 lines and let me just restart my application and let's see if still we got only 3 or all of the items over there. So if I move back away, click on this one and you can see this, now we got all the items. So why I have hidden this? Because in this we don't have any data to reset. We don't have any default data in this stuff. And if I click on this my selection again and again, it will open itself. That doesn't make any sense, right? So that's why I have hidden those buttons, that menu items over here. So let me just disable it, uncomment it. And now we will move back to the working of this search button. Okay, search text view. Okay, so over here what we are going to do is I'm going to just make an object of this menu item, and menu item is equal to menu dot find item, and inside this one we have to pass the id r.id.btn search, right? After this I'm going to get the search view id. So search view is equal to search view. Inside this one we have to pass menu item dot get action view, and we got the reference for the search view. Next thing, search view dot set on query text listener new search view on query text change listener. Just click on this and here we go. Okay, so inside this one we have to simply return this false stuff, and inside this one we don't we have to actually work on this one, on query text change. Let me just remove this quickly and return true over here. Inside this one, let me just make some space, and here what we will do is list of items. Okay, and I'm going to name this one final list is equal to new array list. Okay, after this what we're going to do is for items, and from the item list I'm going to search for specific stuff, right? So if items dot get item name dot to lowercase, because I'm just trying to remove the camel case functionality from this one, right? Because if I type small a, then again I want to extract all the values which start from a. It doesn't mean it's a capital A or a small a, right? So lowercase dot starts with new text dot to lowercase. This one. And if this is the situation, then what I'm going to do is m final list dot add items. So from whatever the text in that text view, search view you enter came over here. So I'm just comparing this with the item name if it starts with that one. Okay, if you want to match that string everywhere, anywhere in that stuff, so you have to search contains, you have to put contains over here. Okay, in the same way you have to change in multiple ways. Okay, after this, now we have this list which we have to show. What we have to do is update the recycler view. So update recycler view, and inside this one we have to pass the final list. So let me just start my application and let's see how this works. We'll move back over here, just click on this, and if I type yes, and here you can see this, all the items start with yes is visible over here. If I type A, all this item with A is visible over here. I can delete it. Now you can see this with the A. Okay, so let me just close this, and here you can see this. If I type A once again, nothing happens because previously it renders the old item list. Okay, so you can see this. Now everything is sorted. Next thing what we have to do is we have to work on the item select. So whenever I click on this, I want to open my selections list. So how to do that? For that, just move back over here and make some space over here, and here what we are going to do is we are going to override another method. So Control O, and it will open a pop-up like this on option item selected, this one, and click on enter, and this will override a method, this one. Here first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to get an intent is equal to new intent. Inside this one we will pass this comma checklist dot class. After this, why I'm actually extracting the intent, because we have to make a app data object, app data, and inside this one we have to pass the data stuff. Okay, so is equal to new app data. Inside this one we will pass this, and we will pass the database stuff over here. In the app data, we have only one stuff. Okay, so let me just move back over here. This is the okay, if we did it in reverse dot this, like this one, now the issue is resolved, right? Next thing what we have to do is we have to make a switch statement over here. So item dot get item ID, and if this item ID is case r dot id dot btn my selections. In this case what I have to do is put intent dot put extra. As you have seen that whenever we move from one activity to another activity, I'm adding some data like headers and show stuff, right? So the same stuff again I'm going to add into this intent. Okay, so here I'm going to put my constants dot header small, and I'm going to add my constant because we are going to move to the my selections, right? So I'm going to add my selections. Next thing, what you have to put is that to hide or not. So intent.put extra my constants dot show. Inside this one we have to put my constants dot false string. After this, I'm going to start activity for result. I'm going to select this one. Inside this one, I'm going to pass the intent and I'm going to pass the status code of 101. Why I'm passing this status code, I will show you in a while. So return true. So now start our application and let's see if we move to that activity or not. So if I click on this, and if I click on this one, if I click on my selections, here you can see this, we are in my selections tab, and you can see this multiple items over here. So if I click on this one and see with the camera, and we have the coffee with character C. If I click on this, it will be unchecked. Let me just move back over here. Here you can see this now phone like this. You can remove the items from here. Okay. If I move back, and now we are back over here. So again, if I go over here, you can see this now all the items are hidden because we have passed this stuff over there. Okay. Next thing, we have the button to custom list. Whenever we click on this one, let me just move back. Whenever we click on this custom list, where we have to move into this one, that is my list. For that, what I'm going to do is case r.id.btn custom list. Inside this one, intent dot put extra my constants dot header small, and inside this one I'm going to pass my constants dot my underscore list underscore camel case, and I'm going to pass this intent dot put extra my constants dot show small my constants dot true string. Start activity and intent and return true. Inside this one, we don't need to actually pass start activity for result, and we don't need to pass the status code. Why? Because inside, whenever we move from here to this one, this stuff over here, that is my selection, and suppose I select this one, and now here you can see that this one is gone. If I move back here, you can see this, it's still showing that it is selected, right? So how to get over this issue? So that's why we have passed this 101, and still we have to code some of the stuff in order to get this working. So I'm going to show you how to code this in a while. Okay, before that, let me just quickly make all the buttons over here functional. These two and last stuff and all of these stuff. After that, we will work on that one. Okay. So next thing we have to work on, that's btn delete default. Okay. So case r.id.btn delete default, and if I move back over here, and here you must have seen that we are actually showing some of the prompt, right? So new, I'm going to create a alert dialog builder, and I'm going to pass the context this dot set title, and so this one I'm going to set the title delete default data. After this, I'm going to set the message. What are the message you want to show? Are you sure? And after this, I want to change the line, so double line change, so /n, as this will delete the data provided by pack your bag while installing, like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the position. So position button. Inside this one, we will set the text context confirm and confirm comma new dialog interface, and this one on click listener. And let me just on click, and for this one dot set negative button, and I'm going to set for negative button cancel, comma new dialog, and over here let me just set icon for this one. So set icon and r.drawable dot, when we don't have that alert item. So what I'm going to do is I just move back over, right click on this, click on this one, select a vector asset over here, click on this and search for warning, this one, click on OK, change the color, just change this one to yellow, something like this, and I would name this one alert. Click on next, click on finish, and this will add IC alert over there. So I'm going to add one IC underscore alert, and finally dot show, and return true. Okay, so inside this one what we have to do is we have to perform the operation. Basically we have to call the app data. So app data dot persist data by category. Inside this one we have to pass a header and we have to pass it true. After this, items list is equal to database dot main DAO dot get all, and inside this one we have to pass the header. And finally now we got the updated items, so we have to simply update the cycler view and we have to pass the items over here. So let's quickly restart my application, the app, and let's see if this one is working or not. So restart it, and you can see this install is in progress, and now the application is installed. If I move back over here, you can see this, we have this button reset to default. So click on this. Oh, nothing happens. Sorry, this one, delete default data. So if I click on this one, click on here, you can see this. Now we have this yellow button, delete default data. Are you sure? Double N will change the line and make one more space, as this will delete the data provided by Pack Your Bag while installing. Confirm it. Okay, so my application is crashed. Something happens. Let's see what happens. Attempt to invoke a virtual method get package name on a null object. Okay, so let me quickly check it. Get package name. So it's showing Java lang string Android. It's a null pointer exception, right? So here you can see this, it's showing at line 175 in this app data. So click on this and here we move over here. So what we did wrong over here is we pass the context this, but we have to pass this context because it's a different class, not a activity class, right? So we are passing the context in the constructor, and that's what we are going to use over here. So next thing, let me just restart my application and let's check if this one is working fine or not. So just it's restarted, right? So if I click on this, and here you can see this, we have all the data. So click on this one and delete default data and click on confirm, and here you can see this default data basic needs reset successful. The default data is deleted now. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to code for another button, that is button reset. It means that we have to get the data which we have deleted, the default data. So just move back to this checklist and make some space over here. Okay, so case r.id.btn reset, and again what we have to do is we just scroll it up, and here what I have to do is create a new alert dialog builder. Inside this one we have to pass the context dot set title, and I'm going to set the site title to reset to default, and after this I'm going to set a message, are you sure? Inside this one I will break the line 2 times, /n, change the line basically, and I'm going to show the message as this will load the default data provided by Pack Your Bag, and will delete the custom data you have added in particular category. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just add the stuff over here. Header. We just move back to this one. set position positive button, and inside this one we will pass the text confirm new dialog like this one. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to set the negative button. So negative button, inside this one I'm going to set cancel and new dialog like this one. After this we have to set the icon. So I'm going to set the icon r.drawable.ic_alert.show and finally return true. Okay. After this, inside this one we have to actually reload the data. How to do that? Again, we have to call this app data.persist data by category, and inside this one we will pass header and false this time. After this we have actually fetched the data from this app data and we have stored that data into the database again. Next thing we have to actually fetch the data again from the database, that is database.main.DAO.get all by header. We will pass the header over here and finally update the recycler view. Inside this one we will pass the items list. So we have already created the queries for this one, right, in the first video. Let me just quickly show that query. So in the get all we have written select star from the table name, that is items, where category, whatever the category we pass, order by ID in the ascending order. So this is how this query will run. Next thing, we have updated the recycler view. Let me just quickly restart my application and let's check if this works or not. So here my application is started. In this clothing we can see the default data is deleted over here. And if I click on this reset to default, here you can see this reset to default, are you sure, as this will load the default data provided by Pack Your Bag and will delete the custom data you have added in clothing. So this is the custom data which I have added. So if I click on this and click on confirm, this will delete that BCD, and here you can see this default data is added now, sportswear. If I try to search for BCD, here you can see this, it's not visible, but with the items start with B is visible over here, that is belt and other stuff. Here you can see this, if I type T, so all the items with trouser, t-shirts is visible over here. So this one is also working fine. These all buttons are working fine. Next thing, we have this about us. To work with the about us stuff, what we have to do is we have to actually create one new activity, right? So let me just quickly click on this, right click on this, click on new and create one activity. So click on this one, empty activity, and just create about us. Click on finish and this will create one activity. Okay, so we don't need to do anything in about us for now. What we have to do is we have to just move back over here, make some space, and what I'm going to do is case r.id.btn about us. Whenever we use a click on this about us, we need to finish this stuff and we have to move to that about us page, right? So this dot finish affinity, and after this I'm going to, oh not this one, sorry, my bad. We have to move to this new intent, right? So intent is equal to new intent. Inside this one we have to pass the context this, and we have to move to this about us dot class, and finally what we have to do is start activity and we have to pass the intent, and finally we have to return the true. Okay, so we did something wrong. We have to enter inside this one and make some space like this. Okay, so now let's restart my application and let's check what happened when we click on this about us. So right now it's nothing happening because still Gridder build is running and now application is reinstalled. If I click on this one, if I click on this and about us, and here you can see this empty activity is open, it means that we move to the about us. Next thing, we have to exit this application whenever we click on this with a toast message. For that, what we are going to do is case r.id.btn exit. Inside this one, we will finish this application, running application. So this dot finish this affinity, and here I'm going to show a toast message. Inside this one, inside this, we have to pass this, and we have to show a message, right? So pack your bag /n exit completed, like this. And finally we have to return true. So we have coded for all the buttons. In the default case, what we have to do is we have to simply cut this stuff and paste it over here. And now delete this empty space. Press Ctrl Alt and L to format it. And let's restart my application and let's check if this btn exit works or not. So I've restarted my application. And if I move back over here, click on this and click on exit, and here you can see this message is shown over here. If you haven't seen it, let me just move back over here, click on this and click on this one. And you can see this pack your bag exit completed. So this is how this works. Next thing, now the every button is working and even our search is also working over here. So next thing, we remain with one small stuff. What is that? If I move back over here, stockings or underwear, pajama, t-shirt, I have selected. If I move back to this my selection and if I just uncheck that underwear, and if I move back again, here you can see this is underwear is selected, right? So how to overcome this issue? For that, what we have to do is we have to move back over here and make some space and press Ctrl O to open this one, and here we will search on activity result and just click on this and click on OK, and this will override one method, that is on activity result. We will not touch this stuff, we don't need to do anything. So if this request code is equal to 101, which whatever we have passed over here, when you can see this, whenever we move from this, whatever the activity, whatever the on different categories, if you are in my clothing or another category, we are passing 101. In the return, we are expecting 101. So if this is the situation, then what I'm going to do is item list dot is equal to database dot main DAO. Again, we are going to fetch all the data corresponding to that header and update the recycler view, and we will pass the items list. So let me just restart my application and let's see if this works or not. So if I move back over here, and you can see this again, I have selected this one, and if I go to this my selections and let me search for underwear, if I uncheck it and if I move back over here, you can see this time underwear is unchecked. So here you can see this, now everything is working fine. Even we can actually every button is functional now. Even the search button is also functional. You can search anything as per your choice. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to add the icon to your application and how to add the splash screen, and also I'm going to show you how to actually create this about us page, the complete design of the about us page. Let me just move back over here in my complete application. I will show you this splash screen. Click on this, and I'm going to show you also these all stuff. Whenever I click on my link like this, if I click on this Instagram, it will open my Instagram account. I will show you how to read out this all stuff. So make sure you follow me on Instagram and subscribe on YouTube and hit like and just share with your friends. That's it for this video, guys. Just stay tuned and subscribe. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen how to implement this menu item over here. When we click on this, one menu item is popped up, and whenever we click on this, we can also search the items. And we have also seen whenever we click or select one item from this menu, then some operation is performed. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description. There I put the link from my previous video. In this video, what we are going to do is we are going to design our about us page, and whenever we click on the icons in our about us page, then we need to move to the particular website or open that link into the browser. So let's start with that. First, we will start designing the about us page. So let me just show you what exactly we are going to design. So I've opened my complete app, click on this one, click on this and about us, and here we can see this. We're going to design this complete stuff, and whenever I click on this YouTube logo, and here you can see this, my YouTube channel is open in the browser, and we have linked this Instagram and Twitter also, and we have also linked this website, and whenever we click on this, this will open my Gmail with my Gmail ID already placed over there. And whenever I click on this, this will open my website. Okay, so let's start designing this, and after this we will connect the image click link over there. So let me just move back to this one. Let me just open the this layout, and here we will open this about us page. So move back over here, just double click on this, and here we can see this is empty for now. Just go to this code, and let me just remove this constraint layout with the scroll view. Scroll view like this one. After this, inside the scroll view, only one item is allowed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one linear layout inside this one, and height and width will be match parent, and I'm going to set the orientation to vertical. Let me just close this. Inside this, let me just open this split view, and here we will see the design in parallel. Next thing what we have to do is we have to actually add one text view, that is for contact us text. Okay, so I'm going to add a text view, and I'm going to set the height and width for this one. So width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. After this, I'm going to set the text size to 20 dp. After this, I'm going to set the text color to black. After this, I'm going to set some margin from top, and that will be 10 dp. Margin from start, that is also of 10 dp. Margin from end, that is also of 10 dp. After we set the margin, I'm going to set the text alignment to center, and finally I'm going to put some padding of 5 dp, and the background I'm going to set it hash B8 and B8, that is the gray color, and I'm going to put the text, that is contact us. Let me just close this, and here you can see this. Now the contact us header is ready. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to put another layout within which we are going to add 3 different images over here. One is for YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. So let me add a linear layout. So linear layout, and for this one, the width will be match parent, the height will be wrap content, and layout margin will be 10 dp. Okay. After this, what we are going to do is, let me just close like this, and inside this linear layout, we are going to put an image view. So image view, and I'm going to set the width to 0 dp, and I'm going to set the weight for this one to 0.08 like this one, and I'm going to set the height for this one to wrap content, and I'm going to set the image, that is src, and I'm going to set the drawable /YouTube. We have already added this YouTube icon in our drawable in the first or second video, I guess. So if you haven't downloaded it yet, then you can just go and download it from that video, or you can directly download it from Google, and you can use your own custom images over here. Okay, after this, we need to put one ID for this one. So ID, I'm going to set the ID to img YouTube. Let me just close this. After this, we need another image view, that is for Instagram. So image view, and for this one again, I'm going to put the weight to 0 dp, and I'm going to set the weight to 0.08 and height to wrap content, and I'm going to set the ID for this one. ID will be img Instagram. Okay, and I'm going to set some drawable into this one. So src @drawable /Instagram. Okay, let me just close this. After this, again, I'm going to put one image view, and this image view is for Twitter. So I'm going to put the width to 0 dp and weight to 0.08 and height to wrap content. And after this, I'm going to set the image at the rate drawable / Twitter, and finally set the ID for this one. ID will be img Twitter. Okay, let me close this. And finally, now with layout, this layout is ready. After this layout, what we have to do is we have to put one text view that is for business inquiry. So let me just add a text view like this one. Inside this one, what we are going to do is we are going to add width, that is match parent, and I'm going to put a height wrap content. And inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the text size for this one to 20 dp, the text color to black like this one. After this, we have to put the margin from top, start and end 10 dp. So margin top 10 dp, margin start 10 dp, margin end 10 dp. Let me scroll a bit. Okay. After this, I'm going to put a text alignment to center and padding of 5 dp. And text, I'm going to add for business inquiry. And I'm going to set a background hash b8, b8 and b8 like this one. And let me close this. Next thing, we have to put the email over here. So I'm going to put the email over here. So again, I'm going to put a text view, and for this one, let me, before I add width and height, I'm going to add an ID. So txt email, and after this, width will be match parent, and height will be wrap content. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the text size of 25 dp, text color, that will be hash 003b55. You can choose any other color of your choice. After this, I'm going to set the margin top to 10 dp, margin start to 10 dp, margin end to 10 dp. After this, we are going to put the text alignment to center and also text style to bold, pipe, italic, and I'm going to put the text over here. So my email ID is btechdays.pay@gmail.com, and if I put it over here, you can see this. Now this one is looking very beautiful. Next thing, we have to put another header that is for website. So text view. Inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the width to match parent and height to wrap content. So match parent, and this one is wrap content. And after this, I'm going to put the text size or text style, text size to 20 dp, and I'm going to put the text color at the red color to black, and layout margin top to 10 dp, margin start to 10 dp, margin end to 10 dp. And after this, I'm going to set the text alignment to center and padding of 5 dp. Okay. After this, I'm going to set the background, and background is of b8, b8, b8 and b8, something like this. And I'm going to set the text for this one, that is website : like this one. Let me just close this. After this, what we have is website URL. So I'm going to again add a text view, and set this one, before I put the width, I'm going to set the ID for this one. So ID txt website URL like this one, and width to match parent and height to wrap content. And after this, I'm going to set the size of this one to 25 dp. Let me just scroll a bit, and here we are going to put the text color, that is hash 003b55. And I'm going to set the margin from top of 10 dp, margin start of 10 dp, margin end of 10 dp, and text alignment to center and text style to bold. and text to https://www.btechdays.com. Let me just close this. After this, what we have to do is we have to add a linear layout. Inside that one, we are going to add the other stuff. So let me just move back over here, click on this, and let me just open this and click on About Us. And here you can see this over here. I'm going to add this Rate Us part. Okay, 5 stars, and this text is over here, and this is in red color. So let me just add that quickly. For that, I'm going to take first a linear layout, and I'm going to put the width to match parent and height to wrap content. And after this, I'm going to set the orientation to vertical, and I'm going to set the background. So background to hash FF and 4 times 0. Okay, and this is in red color. After this, what we have to do is we have to set a margin top of 10 dp. And let me just wrap it up. Inside this one, what we are going to do is we are going to put a text view. Okay, so I'm going to add a text view, and I'm going to set the width to match parent and the height to wrap content. And you can see this now, the linear layout is visible. After this, I'm going to put a text size of 23 dp. Text color will be hash and 6 times F, like this one. After this, I'm going to set the layout margin to 10 dp. And after this, I'm going to set the text alignment to center. And finally, I want to set the text that is Rate Us on Play Store, like this one. Let me just close this. After this one, I'm going to put another linear layout inside this one, and I will add a 5-star in the horizontal way, right? So I'm going to add a linear layout inside this one, and this will be the match parent. Height will be wrap content. Orientation will be horizontal because I want to add a horizontal stuff, right? So what I'm going to do is another thing, I have to set the gravity to center, and layout margin will be 20 dp. And let me just close this. Inside this one, we will put the image, right? So let me make some space over here. So I'm going to put one image view, not this one, image view, and height and width will be wrap content. And wrap content, I'm going to set the text size for this one. Okay, this is a image view, right? So we can't set the text size for this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the SRC, that is image, and it will be drawable /IC_star. So we don't have that, we haven't created it yet. What I'm going to do is right click on this, click on new, click on vector asset, and click on this one and search for star. Star. Here we go. Click on this one and select this one to white. Click on next. Oh, IC_star. So let me just delete this stuff. Star, and click on next and click on finish. And here we have this. Here we go. And for this one, what we are going to do is, okay, so let me IC star, and let me just close this stuff. And here we have 1 star. So here you can see this, and now this star is at very start, and this linear layout is in fill. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just change this one to wrap content, and so that here you can see this now star is in the center. So next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to just move back over, click on this, and I'm going to copy this and paste it 5 times. And here you can see this. Now there are 5 stars on our screen. After this linear layout, next thing what we have to do is we have to put another linear layout. Okay, after closing this linear layout and another linear layout, because we have two linear layout inside this one. After this we need a text view again, text view. Inside this one what we are going to do is we are going to set service we provide, whatever the text we want to set. So layout width, and this will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And after this we will set the text size to 20 dp. After this I will set the text color to black, and we will set margin top to 10 dp, margin start of 10 dp, margin end of 10 dp. And after this we will set the text alignment to center, and we will set the padding of 5 dp. And finally we will set the text, that is service we provide, like this one. We just close this. Okay, we forgot to set the background. It's black, right? So this is we provide, and here we can see this text color is black, and forgot, I guess, the background. Yeah, forgot the background. So background is hash b8 b8 b8, something like this. After this we have to put another text in which we are going to set the services we provide, as you have seen in the quick overview. So this is match parent and height will be wrap content, and I'm going to set the text size of 20 dp. Let me just scroll. After this we will set the text color to black, and finally we will set the margin from top of 10 dp, margin start of 10 dp, margin end of 10 dp, and we will set the text alignment to center, and we will set the padding of 5 dp, and we will set the background color, that is hash 9c f69a. This is the color, and I'm going to set the text. Services we provide. This is just for test, and if you want to change the line /n/n, this is just for test, and we will copy this few times so that it fills the screen like this one. And after this what we will do is, let me just close this. After this, now the task for this one is done, and below, in the below we have one stuff where we can see my logo. Okay, so here you can see this. Now this scroll view is in play. Okay, so next thing what we have to do is we have to move over here, and here again in the below we have to take one linear layout, and inside this linear layout I'm going to set the width and height, width to match parent, height to wrap content, and after that I'm going to set the orientation to horizontal, and I'm going to set the background to hash 28ffdf, and finally I'm going to set the margin top of 10 dp. Okay, after this let me just make some space over here. Inside this one we have one image view, right, where I have put my logo. So image view, and height and width will be, width is 0 dp, and I'm going to set the weight for this one. Weight for this one will be 0.08, and height for this one will be 100 dp. Okay, let me just scroll it, and here you can see this. Now here we have this color. You can also change this color as per your choice. I'm going to set the padding start of 10 dp. After this I'm going to set the layout gravity _gravity to center, and I'm going to set the image. So src@drawable/btechdays, which we have added, but I'm not going to provide this btechdays logo in the description. Okay, you have to use your custom image. After this we have put the text that is developed by and whatever the text over there. So I'm going to put one text that is linear layout, and for this one I'm going to again set the width to 0 dp and weight to 0.3, and this height will be match parent, and I'm going to set the orientation to vertical. Inside this one we are going to put two text view. Okay, so let me just quickly do that. So make some space over here and put one text view inside this one, and height and width will be match parent and height will be wrap content. And inside this one I'm going to set the text size of 18 dp, and I'm going to set the text color that is black, and we will set the gravity to center, and I'm going to set the text alignment to center, text style to italic. Now for that I'm going to set the padding top to 10 dp, and I'm going to set the margin end of 5 dp, and finally I'm going to set the text that is developed by, and let me just close this. After this we have one next text view that will actually, in that I'm going to put the name of my brand, that is btech days. So I'm going to set the height and width will be match parent, height will be wrap content, and I'm going to set the text size for this one will be 32 dp, and I'm going to set the text color that is black. After this I'm going to set the gravity to center, and finally I'm going to set the text alignment to center, and text style to bold, and padding of 5 dp, and layout margin end I'm going to set of 5 dp, and text to btech days, like this one. If I scroll it down, and here you can see this developed by is this one, and this is a btech days. Here we can see this. Now let me just start my application and let's see if now we can view this or not. This is my complete app, so let me just close this. Okay, and now its Gradle build is running, and in some time it will be installing. Okay, so its Gradle build is running. It's taking some time. So now our application is started. Let me just click on this, and let me click on this, and if I go to the about us, and here you can see this. Now this is just for test as design, and here you can see this is a logo and developed by btech days, and everything is in place. But for now if I click on this, nothing happens because we haven't coded anything on this. So let's do that quickly, and we don't have back button over here, and we need to also set the text for this one, that is about us. Here this is pack your bag. I'm going to set the about us over here. So let me just close this and just move back to this about us activity, and here first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the variables of image view. So image view, and I'm going to give it a name. So img YouTube, img Instagram, img Twitter, and text view, that is txt email, txt website URL. After this what we have to do is just move back into this on create, and here what I'm going to do is get support action bar dot set display home up enabled, and this will, when we pass true inside this one, this will enable the back button. And after that get support action bar dot set title, and I'm going to set the title that is about us. So about us, like this one. Let's quickly start our application. Let's see if these two stuff is in place or not. So if I click on this about us, and here you can see this about us, and we have this back button. This will not work for now because we haven't overridden the method so that we can do the back stuff over here. Okay, so I will do this in a while, so just stay tuned. Okay, after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to just register all of these stuff, that is image view and text view over here. So let me just put img YouTube is equal to find view by id r.id.img YouTube, like this. After this, txt email is equal to find view by id r.id.txt email, like this one. Txt website URL is equal to find view by id r.id.txt website URL, like this one. img Instagram is equal to find view by id r.id.img Instagram. And finally we have img Twitter, find view by id r.id img Twitter, like this one. Finally, now what I'm going to do is whenever we click on that YouTube icon, so what operation we want to perform. So for that we have to type like this: img YouTube dot set on click listener new view dot on click listener. And here we go. Inside this one, what I want to do is I want to get a object of intent first. So intent is equal to new intent. Inside this one, inside this intent, I want to set the action. So dot set action. And inside this one, we have to set the intent dot action, intent dot action underscore view, like this one. After this, we have to put intent dot add category. Inside this one, we will pass intent dot category browsable, category underscore browsable, this one. And finally we will set the URL. So intent dot set data. Inside this one we have to set the data like URI dot parser. Inside this one we will pass the URL. So my URL https colon / www.youtube.com/btechdays. And finally what we will do is start activity, and we will pass the intent, like this one. Let's close this and let's restart my application and let's see if this works or not. So I move back over here, click on this one, about us, and when we click on this Instagram, nothing happens. But when we click on this image, here you can see there's the URL that is https www.youtube.com/btechdays is open now. Okay, so make sure to subscribe my channel and just follow on Instagram to get updated with our new content. So let me just quickly back this up, and after this we again have to whenever we click on txt email, we need to open our email as I have already shown you in the quick overview video. So for that, what I'm going to do is just move back over here, make some space, txt email dot set on click listener new view on click listener. Inside this one we have to create an intent. Intent is equal to new intent. Inside this one we will pass intent dot action underscore view, and inside this one directly I'm going to pass the URI dot parser. Inside this one I will pass mail to colon plus I'm going to pass my email ID, that is btechdays.care@gmail.com, and let me just close this. After this, intent dot put extra, and inside this one I'm going to pass intent dot extra subject underscore subject, and we will pass from pack your bag, like this one, and we will start activity. Inside this one we will pass the intent, and we'll put this inside the try and catch block. If anything goes wrong, we can see it, right? So try and catch, that is activity not found exception, and we can write down like this in the console. Okay, and let's restart this application and let's see if this works in this app or not. Actually, sometimes it can't able to run in our emulator, you can try this on your phone once this one is done. So let me just quickly click on this one, that is for business inquiry. Click on email and launch. Okay, no activity found to handle intent of this view type. Okay, so what you have to do is you have to actually add this in your actual device. There you have the email stuff, right? So that in that device you can actually see this stuff. Next thing, we have the Twitter and the website URL and other stuff. So we are going to implement that. txt website URL dot set on click listener, new view on click listener. Inside this one, again, what we are going to do is I'm going to just copy this stuff and I'm going to paste it again over here, and I'm going to change this website URL. So www.btechdays.com, and I'm going to just remove this stuff and save it. Again, after this, we have img Instagram dot set on click listener, new view on click listener, and again I will paste it over here, and let me just move back over here. Here we have the Instagram URL. We just copy it and minimize it, and let me just replace this one. Here we have this Instagram. Okay, next thing, we have the Twitter stuff. So just make some space over here. img Twitter dot set on click listener, new view on click listener. Inside this one, not this one, just paste it, and let me just quickly change the URL, this one. Okay, so now let me just restart my application and let's see if this works. So move back over here, click on this, click on about us, click on Instagram, and you can see this Instagram is being opened. So make sure you follow me over here. So click on this one, and Twitter is opening, just follow over there too, and everything is working fine. Next thing, only the back button is not working, so let's code for that one. This back button is not working, right? So for that, what we have to do is we have to move back over here, Control and O to open this one, and on support navigation, navigate up, select this one. Inside this one, we have to simply remove this and on back pressed and return true. Let's restart our application and let's see what happens. Click on this one, click on this, and click on this, and you can see this. Now we are moving back. Okay, next thing, one more small stuff is remaining. Here you can see this, we have this duplicate code, right? So we can also optimize this code. How we can optimize this? Let me just copy this stuff, and what we are going to do is we are going to write one method, private void, and I'm going to name this navigate to URL, and this is going to string URL where you want to navigate, and I'm going to paste it over here. I'm going to just copy this URL and just remove this stuff with my URL like this one. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to remove. Let me just quickly move this over here and paste it, and inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cut this stuff and paste it over here, and I'm going to remove this, and here we go. Again, the same thing, I'm going to do it over here. So navigate to URL. Inside this one, I'm going to just cut this one and paste it over here. Just remove this and remove the extra space. Just move back over here. Again, we will do navigate to URL, and we will cut this stuff and we will paste it over here. Let me just remove this. Same thing over here. So navigate to URL, and let me just cut this. Cut this one and paste it inside this one, and let me just remove this. Now let's see if this works or not. So let me just start my application. and move back over here, click on this one and click on About Us, and here you can see this. When I click on this YouTube is opened. When I click on Instagram is open. When I click on Twitter is open. So this is working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to add the splash screen and how to add the icon, your app icon. For right now, you can see in this one, I have this default image which is provided by the Android. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a custom app icon into this one, and also I'm going to show you how to design this splash screen. So that's it for this video, guys. Thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe and share with your friends. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design this About Us page, and whenever I click on this, it's open in the browser. So I have shown you how to implement all of these stuff. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video. Okay, so in this video, I'm going to show you how to implement the splash screen in your app and also how to change the icons for that. Okay, so let me just close this application and let me just open this again quickly. Here you can see this, we don't have any splash screen. But if I move back to my complete app, and here you can see this, it's open and splash screen over here. And after that, it's open into this page. So let's implement that part. So minimize it and let me just stop this application. First thing what we have to do is we have to add a new activity. So right click on this, click on new and select this activity and select empty activity. And I'm going to name this one splash screen and click on finish. This will create a new application over here. After this new activity over here. Okay, so next thing what I want is, first thing, whenever my application open, I need to open this splash screen. For that, we have to move to the manifest file, and here we have to make some changes. So you can observe that we have, for each activity, we have one activity opening braces and we have one activity closing tag. Okay, so but in the main activity we have one extra stuff, that is intent filter. So this intent filter is basically responsible to launch the first activity. Which activities you want to open first, this is responsible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just cut this past and let me just remove the empty space and just change this one to false. After this, what I want to do is I want to open this splash screen. So over here below this, I'm going to paste it and save it and change this one to true. Now let's restart my application and let's see what happens now. Okay, so Gradle build is running. It will take some time, and after that, it will install the app in my application and my application will be up after that. So we need to wait for some time. Here you can see this, now Gradle build is finished and launching activity. Here you can see that this is a splash screen, and on the splash screen we don't need this toolbar, right? So I need to hide this. For that, what we have to do is we have to move to this splash screen, and here what I want to do is I want to hide that. So get support action bar dot hide. Now again rerun it and let's check if that action bar is gone or not. So you can see this, now action bar is gone. And here you can see this, we are stuck on this page. What I want is, after a few seconds, I want to redirect to the main activity. For that, what we have to do is we have to code some of the stuff over here. So let's start with that. So first thing what we have to do is we have to create an object of new handler. And here I'm going to give it some delay. So post delay, inside this one, it accept or enable object. It means that in a new thread, we are going to perform the operation. So new renable, and it will open up braces like this. And inside this, after this, let me just close this. And we also need to pass the for how much millisecond you want to perform. So I'm going to add a 1400 milliseconds. So what this basically does is it accepts one renable object, and this renable will run after this much of time. So we need to put the content, whatever we want to do over here. So what we need to do is we need to move from this activity to the main activity and close this activity, right? So I'm going to do the same stuff. So intent is equal to new intent. Inside this one, we have to pass this current stuff, that is splash screen dot this, and to which activity we want to move to main activity dot class, and finally we have to start the activity. So start activity intent. But the thing is, I don't want to move back to this one. Suppose user click on back, then we don't need to move to the splash screen. We simply need to exit to the application. So right now how this one is behaving, let's check. So I have started my application. After 1.4 seconds, it's moved to the main activity. But when I click on this one, you can see this we move back to this splash screen. So I don't want to move back over here. For that, what we have to do is we have to write one more line over here, that is finish. This will actually remove this activity from the stack. It means that just discard this activity, then we'll move to the main activity. Whenever we click on the back, then we don't need to move to that splash screen. We directly our application will be exit. Okay, so the task over here is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to design our splash screen, right? And also we need to change the icon over here. So if I move back over here, you can see this app is our app on which we are working. So the icon is not changed yet. So what I'm going to do is just go to this manifest file, and here you have to put the icon image over here. So so we haven't added the icon. So you can add any icon of your choice. Let me just copy this one and move back over here. And this is a different image, so I'm going to use this. So click on this, click on OK, app icon 2, click on OK and overwrite. Okay, so app, this is not in the min map, it's in the drawable, right? So drawable / app icon 2, I'm going to use it, and you can see this now the icon is changed. And again, I'm going to paste this one in these two locations. So this is drawable, right? Like this. And as you can see this, the images is changed. So let me restart my application and let's see if the icon is changed or not. And you can see this, now the icon is changed, and you can also observe that whenever it's 1.4 seconds, we move to this one, and when I double click back, it's directly actually exit my application. Okay, so now the icon is changed and now the splash screen is working as expected. So next thing what we have to do is we have to design my splash screen. For that, we have to move back over here and go to this split. Let me just stretch this a little bit and this one to left, and change the constraint layout to relative layout. After this, what we have to do is we have to make some space over here, and I'm going to put one image view, and I'm going to give it a width and height to wrap content, and wrap content I'm going to give it an ID. ID will be app icon. After this, I'm going to give the image, so src @drawable, and I'm going to use the app icon 2 over here. And you can see this, the icon is on the left top. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the gravity okay, Android : gravity to center, not this one. This is a relative layout, right? So what we can do is another way we can do center in parent, just change this one to true, and here you can see this, now the app icon is in the center. After this, we have to put one text view which will actually indicate the app name, right? So we are going to put that. So text view and height and width will be wrap content, and wrap content, and I'm going to give it an ID txt app name. After this, I'm going to put this below that image icon, right? So layout below this one, ID, and this will be app icon. After this, I'm going to set this one to center in parent to true, and text color to black, and text is pack your back. And this one you can see this, it's below the icon, but it's very small. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some size of this one to 45 dp, After that, I'm going to put a text style for this one to bold and italic. And here we go. Now this one is looking exactly same. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another text view, and I'm going to give it a name to width to match parent and height to wrap content. And after that, I'm going to set some text for this one, text from, and I'm going to set some ID for this one. Not the ID, I don't need to set the ID for this one. What we need to do is just move back over here. I'm going to put some margin top of 70 dp. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this layout below that ID txt app name. And here you can see this. Now this is on the right place, but it's not in the center. So we have to put that stuff. And also we need to set the text size. So text size, and I'm going to set this one to 20 dp. And we are going to put the text color to black, text alignment to center, and text style to italic. And now this from is in place. And let me set the ID for this one. So ID, and ID will be txt from, because we need to set the text below this one. That is the my brand name, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it over here, text view, and I'm going to put the width to match parent and height to wrap content. And after that, I'm going to set the ID for this one, that is txt btechdays, and this will be below, layout below ID txt from. And you can see this is in place. After this, what we are going to do is we are going to set the text, that is btechdays. Text size will be 30 dp. And after that, I'm going to set the text color, that is black. So color black. And after that, I'm going to set this text alignment to center and text style to bold, and just close this. Finally, we need to put our brand image. So let me just quickly add that. So image view, and height and width will be 120 dp and height will be 180 dp. You can put the size as per your choice, and I'm going to set this below. Before we set this one, I'm going to set the src, that is image. So @ drawable, and this is btechdays. You can use your own logo, and this will be below ID txt btechdays. And here you can see this. Now we have to put it in the center. So gravity, center in parent to true. Yeah, here we go. And this is done. Let me just restart my application, and let's see if this splash screen is implemented or not. So here we go. Now our splash screen is in place, and in 1.4 seconds, it's moving to the main activity. And here you can see this. And we can also perform all the operations like selecting the stuff and messages being shown. We have changed the icon. We can search the stuff. We can also move to the different sections from here also. And here you can see this, we can create a custom list. So here we have completed this complete project. So if you have any suggestion to enhance this project, please let me know in the comment section, and let me know the feedback about throughout the video, what you have learned. And if it's helped in any way, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and suggest us a next project so that we can develop and deliver it to you. Thanks for watching.